Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we created the Springboot application project. In this video, I'm going to open up on the IntelliJ IDEA. So go to the file option, open. Right, you have to select the directory where your project is located. So I have created my project in my E drive. So you have to go to the E drive, select the E drive, expand the folder. Now here, which name is Spring crud. So here this one, right? What's the project we have given? Sorry, student crud, not spring crud, student crud we have created. So we have a student crud here. The folder is there. The folder is available. Don't open here. Select and open it. Okay. You have to go inside the folder. You go inside the folder. You have another folder has been created. You can see here. I already explained. Right here. Inside this folder, we have another folder. This folder you have to open it. So that is select this folder and expand it, select this folder. Inside this folder you have all the your project related files. You have to open it this. Click OK. Trust project. This window. Right. You have to open it. Right. Here your project is opening. You have to wait until the Maven dependencies installation completed. Okay, you have to wait. Here it is installing. Right. Now here, so all things are installed. You have to wait until the things is completed. Now it has been completed. Now here, right. Now this is your project folder, student crud. You have to expand the folder. You have a pom.xml file. If you double check it, double click on it. Now here, this all things I have discussed, right? The dependency here, this is the dependency I gave. JPA, web, and MySQL dependency here. Here, what are the dependencies you have selected? This all the dependencies available in the pom.xml file, right? If you want to add the new dependencies, I already taught how to add the new dependencies, right? I hope you understood things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we created the Springboot application project. In this video, I'm going to open up on the IntelliJ IDEA. So go to the file option, open. Right, you have to select the directory where your project is located. So I have created my project in my E drive. So you have to go to the E drive, select the E drive, expand the folder. Now here, which name is Spring crud. So here this one, right? What's the project we have given? Sorry, student crud, not spring crud, student crud we have created. So we have a student crud here. The folder is there. The folder is available. Don't open here. Select and open it. Okay. You have to go inside the folder. You go inside the folder. You have another folder has been created. You can see here. I already explained. Right here. Inside this folder, we have another folder. This folder you have to open it. So that is select this folder and expand it, select this folder. Inside this folder you have all the your project related files. You have to open it this. Click OK. Trust project. This window. Right. You have to open it. Right. Here your project is opening. You have to wait until the Maven dependencies installation completed. Okay, you have to wait. Here it is installing. Right. Now here, so all things are installed. You have to wait until the things is completed. Now it has been completed. Now here, right. Now this is your project folder, student crud. You have to expand the folder. You have a pom.xml file. If you double check it, double click on it. Now here, this all things I have discussed, right? The dependency here, this is the dependency I gave. JPA, web, and MySQL dependencies here. Here, what are the dependencies you have selected? This all the dependencies available in the form.xml file, right? If you want to add the new dependencies, I already taught how to add the new dependencies, right? I hope you guys you understood things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to open the project on the IntelliJ IDEA. Let's continue the video. Now here, go to the SRC folder. Inside the SRC folder, we have a main folder. Inside the main folder, we have a folder which is a Java. Inside the Java folder, we have a here. This is the package we have created. Com springboot spring project student. This is the package we have created, right? So you have a here. This is a package we have created. Com spring project student create. This is a package we have created. Inside this package, we have a main method. We already discussed about our previous videos. I hope you have understood. Now, I'm going to create the controller package. So we have created the packages. So here, let me move into our documentation. This diagram we already show. This is the springboot layer architecture. There is a controller, service, repository, and data source. Now I am going to create this all the packages. So let me see one by one. So here first I am going to create the package as controller package. So select this our main package is one. This is our main package. Right click, new. You have to select the package. You have a controller. Press enter key. A controller package has been created successfully. After that, I am going to create another package which is a DTO. Select this package, main package, right click, new package. This one should be, I am going to name it as DTO. This package I am going to create as DTO. Select the main package, right click, new package. The third package I am going to create as entity. Press enter key. Right. Fourth package I am going to create as new package. This is a repo. I'm going to create all the packages. Simply I'm going to create short names here. Controller, DTO, entity, and repo. These are the package I'm going to create. Right. I have to create one more package. That is a service. Right click, new package, service. Press enter key on your keyboard. Right. Now we have created 5 different packages: controller, DTO, entity, repo, and service. Now I hope you guys you understood how to create the packages. Right? This is the professional way to create the packages one by one. I'll see you in my next lecturing. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to talk about the database configuration of the project. So we have discussed about how to create the database. So you can go to the resources folder, expand it. There is a file which is application.properties. You double click on this. Here I already did. I already wrote and I show you. Okay. You no need to write again by again. Once you the first video I will show you for understanding purpose all the things I written and I explain it. So after that you just copy and paste it this inside this file application properties. It's all the database configuration part, right? So here this all the code I already explained it, so that I just copy and paste it over here, right? So here spring application name of the project, what's the name? Student create. I give the name as student create. Here server port, in my last project I gave 8088. Now I'm going to give the different port. I just give the different port as 8085. You can write it here 8088. It no problem. So I just change the port. You will be able to change whatever port you can able to change over here. That's no problem. After that, first you have to create the database. You have to write create. This is a driver registration, MySQL driver registration, com.mysql.cj JDBC driver. After that, your database name. You have to create the database name. What's the name you are going to create the database? So here I'm going to create the database name as here. I'm going to create the name as I'm going to create as BRM school. This is the database name I'm going to give. I just give the database name as BRM school. Whatever name you can give the database name. But I just give as BRM school. This is the name I want to create the database. Right. This is the user credential of my MySQL workbench. After that, this is the JPA configuration. Right. That's the only thing. You have to change it. You just copy and paste this file. So here only the things you have to do it. What is the things you have to change the database name only. After that, if you need, you have to change the port. You must change the name of your project student. Correct. That's it. That's the thing you have to do it. Right. I hope you understood things well. In my next video, we'll see how to create the tables. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to create the entity class. In this video, I'm going to talk about how to create the database and table. So here we have created the database which name is BRM school. Inside the database, we have created the tables. These are the columns we have created. So let's execute the program and check it. So let's see if you click run button. Now here the program is building. Now you can see here. Now let me check. If there are any error, if there is any error, the error will be shown. If there is no error, your table has been created. Your database and table has been created. Now let's check. Right here, you can see here. Here, you can see here. Here, if the table student is exist, it will drop. So here, create your table. The table has been created successfully. Now you can see the table has been created successfully. The whole thing here, you can see all the code. The table has been created successfully. Create table student, all the columns. What are the columns you gave? All the column names. Here you can see here student ID. Here student ID. Student name should be varchar here. Student address. Student address. All things will be created. Here mobile. Active state. Then this active state. All things should be created successfully. It's a primary key of the ID here. All things you will be able to see. Now let me check on the database table. So let's open up our MySQL workbench. Here also you will be able to check whether it is created or not. I'm going to open up. Let's open up our database. Here you can see. You can see the BRM school, the database has been created. Inside the database, you can see the table has been created. Here, the table has been right click, select all columns. Here, your table has been created successfully. Perfect. Now what you're going to do is, instead of using here, I have to configure into my IntelliJ idea. The database I'm going to configure into my IntelliJ idea. It is much easier rather than we have to go and check while you add the record, you go and check whether the record is added or not. It easily we have to configure into our IntelliJ idea. IntelliJ idea, there is an option database. Here on your right side, you will be able to see there is an option database. Click on this option. Here you can see here. This is a completely database management part covered by IntelliJ idea. There is option database. Here on your right here, you can see the database. Right. So here, click plus symbol here. Here you can see data source. Here you can see all the databases are there. Here, MongoDB, MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, SQLite. There are various databases there. So here we have to use it MySQL. So select the appropriate one for MySQL database. Right. Before that, what you're going to do is, what is the table you have created? The database you have created. This database name, I'm going to copy it. Control C to copy first. Right. Then you have to go over here, data source, MySQL. You click on this. Open up this dialog box. Here you have to configure your connections. So localhost, what is the localhost? Which port is running? 3306. Okay, you must give the port. Okay, if you have any issues, what is the port running? You just click on here. You test the port here. This is the port where my server is running. So I give the port. User, you have to use a user credential. You have to give root is my username, password is root123. Right? You must give while you install the MySQL workbench. What's the username and password you given? The same username and password you have to give here. After that, database. Which database you have created? I just copy that name, which is copy the name. I paste it over here. BRM school. This is the database I have created. Right. Before click OK, you have to test the connection. Whether the connection, all the connected are succeed or not. Click test connection. Here you get the success message. Now all the connection will be success. Now you have to first apply. After that, click OK. Now you can see here your database is created. It's very simple. We have only one database. We can manage it over here. Rather than go to the MySQL workbench and open up here, your database is there. Now here the database is here. Localhost, your database is reside on localhost. Inside here, your database BRM school. Inside the database, we have a table students. Right click. Here we have to. Here you double click on this. If you double click on this, there's a separate. Here separate your table will be. Here you will be able to see your table columns. Right here, your table columns. These are the names you are given while you creating your tables. Yes, our table structure here. Student ID, student name, address, all things you will be able to see here. Perfect. This how we have to make the connection to our IntelliJ idea, the database. We have give successful. I hope you guys you understood the things well. I'll see you in my next lecture in tech. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about the entity class, how to generate the database table. We already done. Now, I'm going to create the DTO. Here, the front end, we have sent the request to controller. We already taught we have the data will be we are passing through the DTO format. So we have to create the DTO classes. So how to create the DTO classes? Very simple. So here we have to create 3 different DTO classes. View the records, add the records, and update the records. So the same thing is student. Here we have to create here new Java class, you have to name it as student DTO. You type student DTO. Press enter key on your keyboard. Here it will be created successfully. Now you go here, the entity student. We only need this. We only need this variable. So student ID, student name, address, mobile, and active. I just copy this back to my DTO class. Inside here, we have to paste them. Right now, we have to get rid of these lines, columns. That's all the things we don't need them. Only we need right. This only variables, variable creation only we need. The data is when you request a front end, the data is coming via the DTO format. Look like this: student ID, student name, address, mobile number, and active. This is the format our data will be coming. So like this. Let's go to the Postman. So you have to easily understand. You already show how the work, how to work with the front Postman. So I'm going to here like this here. Here we go to the body. Here we have to type like this here. So data when the first you have to look tester to the Postman here. You have to coming like this. You have to make it as this one text. We have to make it as JSON format. Right now here open bracket and close bracket. Here we have to type this student name equal what's the name you are typing here on the front end. Okay, what is the name you have typed? Sorry, this is not a dot format. You have to write this as a dot DTO format, JSON format. Right. So here we have the data is coming like this. What's the data? This data. If you have to post request, you click on it. What happens is data is coming via the DTO format. This is the form. This data is coming like this form. So it's getting here. The address getting here, mobile number. Likewise, the data is coming from the front end. Now you have an idea. Front end to controller data is passing via the DTO format. This of the data will be passing the DTO format. When you add the data or edit the data, all things you are passing the DTO format. Look like this way. Right. Now, here we have created the DTO class successfully. After that, we have to generate the constructor as well as a get and set method and string. So these are the things we have to instead of doing like this. Here the instead of doing like this, we have a dependency. This dependency will be manage everything easily in Spring Boot application. Instead of we have to write in this way. That way also I'm going to tell you. So you have to easy to understand. So that dependency, which name is Lombok Maven. You type Lombok Maven. So you can see the Lombok Maven. You have to go here. So click on this. You go here. Now what you're going to do is you have to get the dependency over here. Okay. I'm going to get the dependency as I'm going to getting this one. As I'm going to get it this one. You can get like this. Okay, I'm going to get this version. Click on this. Right here, this one. I just copy this dependency. Just copy. Control C to copy. Back to my Spring Boot application. Go to the form.xml file. Here we have add the dependencies. You already I have explained. If you want to add the new dependency, you go to the form.xml and the new dependencies. Right. The Lombok I am going to add it here. I am going to add the inside the dependency. This is a dependency. This is all the this annotation is start and closing here. Inside this annotation you have to add it. Don't add out of that. Right. Now we have added successfully. After add it, you have to update it here. Click on this. button and you have to update it. Then only the Lombok dependency will be updated. Right now it will be updated successfully. Now what you're going to do is you back to your student DTO. Here you have to implement it above the class. You have to add the annotations. Okay, instead of adding the constructor and get set method, simply you have to add argument constructor and without argument constructor you have to set it. You have to write it here. It's coming from the Lombok dependencies. Okay, here all arch constructor here. All arch constructor means all the arguments will be there. If it is a all argument constructor, right? So yeah, you have to select this one. It will be managing everything instead of writing like this way. Okay. It will reside at it will be resided inside the Lombok dependencies. This annotation will be resided inside the Lombok dependencies. Keep in your mind. Second dependency, I'm going to do no arch constructor. This also reside on Lombok dependency. Right. Third one we have to add it as a data. This is the this how we have to generate the get and set method. This how we have to generate the get and set method. Right. So we have to click on this. We have to add these three annotations. Okay, this one should be here. This I explain it here. This constructor here. This all thing it will be managed. This one should be the no arch constructor. Mean here it's an empty constructor. We have to implement it in the Lombok. You have to write no arch constructor. You have to understand this. This is the very important stuff. We have to develop the springboot application. Right. After the data, which is instead of you are writing your data here like this, get and set method, all the things you are getting like this, you have to call simply this annotation data, which will be manage all the process. Here, how easy is it? This three annotation will be managed get and set method, constructor, and everything. Okay, very simple. Right, that's it. Right. Now we have successfully created the student DTO class. Now we have to create another DTO class which is a student save DTO. So select the DTO, right click new class. You have to name it as student save DTO. Press enter key on your keyboard. Now save DTO. This one student DTO means if you have to view the records. We have to view the records. The save DTO, we no need the student ID because we have created the student ID which is a auto increment field. Here we have created the student ID which is a auto increment field, so that we no need the student ID. So we need the rest of field. We need this all the field. I just copy the rest of the field. We paste it inside the save DTO. That's it. That's the thing you have to do it. After that, here the same this annotation I just copied and paste above the student save DTO class. That's it. Right. The same thing we have to do it there. Another DTO we have to create. Right click new student update DTO. You have to implement that. The same thing. The save we need this all the attributes because when you update the record, we need a ID. So we need all the fields. So all the fields just copy and paste inside this class. That's it. Here also we have to generate all the annotations. Copy it, and you have to go to the student update. You have to paste it. That's it. That's the thing you have to do. Right. If you all the things you have done it, if you want to, you just run the project. Nothing will be happen. You just run the project and check whether it's anything error or not. You can identify. Here it's working perfectly well. Here it's working perfectly well. Right. I hope you guys you understood so far. I'll see you in my next lecturing. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to create the DTO classes. Now let me continue the video. Now we have created the controller package. Now I'm going to go to create the controllers. So select this controller package, right click, new, Java class. You have to write it here. This one is student controller. You write like this. Start the student capital, and here the controller also capital. This is the efficient way to create the controller class. Press enter key. The controller class has been created. After that, I'm going to create the service. Select the service package. Right click. New. First, I'm going to create this one Java class. This one is not a class. We have to select as interface. Here, right please. You have to write it here. Student service. Press enter key on your keyboard. After that, your student service is created. Select the package. Create another package which is a service new. Here you have to select the package which is the IMPL, which is nothing but implementation. You write IMPL. Inside this package, I am going to create, select this one, right click, new. I am going to create a class student service IMPL. Student service IMPL. I have created the class. Right, this is how we have created the all the things. Now we have to create another one which is a repo. Select this package repo, right click, new, Java class. When you create the repo, you have to create as interface. You have to write student repo. The repo which is a part which will be communicate with the database. This all the SQL calls, all things, it will be handled by the repo. Right. That's the thing you have to create. Right. These are the classes and interfaces you have to create. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in my next lecture. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to create the classes and interfaces, everything we have created based on our project. All the things we have created. Now, first we have to back to our documentation. Here first, the data will be how the data flow working. I already taught Spring layer architecture. So what is the data coming from the front end? It will be passing to the data to the controller via the DTO format. Controller passing to service, service passing to the repository, repository passing the data to the data source via the entity, right? Now this is a thing we are going to create one by one, right? Now let's go here, the controller, right? This is the DTO. First we have to look at the DTO, which is a save DTO. I'm going to teach, right? First, the controller class, what are the annotations we have to implement it? We already talked about this one. First, we have to implement the REST controller. We already taught these all things. Second one is a cross-origin. Third one is we have to implement it as a request mapping. Here I'm going to type the URL API slash v1, which is a version. You write the version. This is the efficient way to write the URLs. Here we have to write student. You write student. That's it. That's the thing. You have to write it here. Here inside this class, we already with this all things I have taught. I no need to talk again. So this is the when the URL is coming this way. API version student. Go inside this class. First, I'm going to create the method which is a save student. So how to create the method? You have to type public. You have to write string save student. Here you have to write inside the bracket. We have to write annotation request body. Okay, request body student save DTO space. You have to write S again here. The same name you have created with the sim here. You can see this is the beauty of IntelliJ idea. The object it will be telling the way. It's simple. You have to create it here. Right like this. So this class you have to create the object student save DTO. Right. So I don't worry. I will be explaining it. Open bracket and close bracket. Right. What I did so far. Here I create the method which name is save student request body. When the request is coming from the front end, this is the front end tool. When you are going to add the record, this URL you are typing, you have to add this all the fields data. So this is a save DTO. Now look at the save DTO. The data is coming student name, address, mobile, and active state. It's coming. This all the data. This is the save DTO format. This format. The data is coming. Here this format. Student name. You have to write the student name here. Okay. Then after that the mobile address. You write the address. Right. This how the data will be coming. This is the same name. You have to write it here. Okay. This how this all things are the same DTO format. Data record is coming the same name. It's coming the same name and passing to this object. This all the data will be reside on this object. It will be passing. You are calling here request body. All the data is coming here. It passing the object as say student save detail. This object. This all the data will be consist of this class student save detail. This class we have created the object student save detail. Right. Inside this method, what I'm going to do is here is I'm going to create the string ID equal. Now you have to understand here. This is very important stuff. Let's move into our documentation here. Controller will be the front end. The data is coming via the DTO. We already talked. This is the front end tool. If you are typing like this and click send button, the DTO is the same. Which name? The DTO. This name. The DTO name. Right. The same name you have to write it. They are the front end tool. The data is coming. This format. This is passing to where? This format passing to this object. Now the data is now in controller. Controller passing the data to where? Service. Controller which will be passing the data to service. Right. Now what you're going to do is here service. So here you have to write it here. String ID. You have to write here. We have to add the service AutoWare. You have to write here AutoWare. You have to write AutoWare. You have to add the annotation. Here you have to write the thing is private. You have to write private student service. Student service. Okay, we have to call it here. Student service, servant service. It automatically, if you write this class name, this is student service class name, you have to write it here. Automatically, the object is, which will be created name, which will be pop up here. Okay, it's don't worry, it will be pop up here. That's it. That's the thing you have to write. Okay, so here auto add, you have to write like this here. You have to add the annotation auto add. So write private student service. Okay, here I am telling the path. The controller passing the data to where service class. So they have to auto where this class over here. You have to write the class here. You have to send it to which class. The data will be I am to pass into which class? Student service class. It is not a class, it's an interface we are passing. Interface will be passed into the class student service IM. Yeah. Now what you're going to do is here, we have to write student service, this one. You write the student service dot. Now here I'm going to create the method. I'm going to create the method and student. We no need to create the method in our student service. If you create the method, it automatically added here. Now here, what you're going to do is, what is the data is coming? This data, student save video data. I just copy and paste it over here. Okay? That's a simple thing you have to write. Okay, the data is coming via the DTO format. The save DTO is coming. We have created the object save DTO here. All the data will be here. Now what I did here is after that controller will be passing the data to where service class. Okay, service. So what you're going to see here we have to write this. We have to call in the service here. Student service this interface. You have to write it interface. You have to create the object. Right? We have to create the object using auto where annotation. Now after that, what I did here is we have to call it here student service dot. We have to create the method add student. What are the data is there? This data we have to pass in here. But this all the data will be passed into a student service interface. This method. So you don't create it here. You simple here. You click on this. Here you can see the red bulb symbol. You can see here. Here, click on here. Create method. This method will be created where here it will mention student service class. Add student will be created. If you click on this, here it will be created. Student service interface it will be created. Very simple. It will be created successfully. I hope you understood things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to pass the record from the controller to student service interface. Let's continue the video. Now we have created the student method successfully here. String add student. So here we have to implement this method into our student service IMPL. So here you have to write this class. You go to the student service IMPL class. You have to write implements. You have to implement all the things. You have to write student service. Okay, all the things we have to implement. So here, what you're going to do is we have to implement the data. Right? So here we have to add the service annotation. The IMPL, we have to add the service annotation. This is a service. You have to add the service annotation. Right. Now here, this is not error. So we have a one method. That method we have to implement it to this class. So here, if you click on this here, there is a bulb symbol, red color. You have to implement method. We have an implemented method in our service, which is a add student. So here the data is coming here like this way. Okay, so here click OK. Now the error go away. Your method is implemented successfully. Your method is successfully implemented. Now here we have to insert the data into the database. So here we have to send the data to where the service to repo. So what you're going to do is here we have to write first. We have to the same thing. The controller, we are passing the data via student service. So we have to write auto where we have to add that interface here. The same thing we have to add it over here. Student service IMPL. You have to write auto where you have to write private student repo space. You have type s here the same object. You don't need to create the object here. It automatically IntelliJ will be take care of it. You just import that. That's it. That's the thing you have to write. So let's go to our repo. So repo, I already explained what is a repo. It will be managing the SQL queries. Insert, update, delete, all the SQL queries which will be managing this repo, which is a part. It will manage all the SQL queries. After that, it will be connecting it with the database to add the record or view the record or edit the record. It cannot directly communicate with the database. It will be communicate with the database via the entity class. Entity class, which is nothing but all our database column, all things that we have created through the entity class. Right. Now let's move into our student repo. Student repo, we have to extend the JPA repository. JPA repository, we have to this repo we have to communicate with the database via the entity class. So we have to write the entity class. You have to create the entity class. This the same name. You have to write the entity class, comma. This is the root. We have to write the first. What is the ID? ID. What is the data type you have to use it? Your primary key. What's the data type you are using? Int. So we have to write it here as integer. If you are using the long, you have to write long here. So we are using the integer, so we have to write integer. This is how we have to write. This is an efficient way to create the repo. So now it can. This is a JPA repo. So the JPA repo, inside this repo, what are the things is there? You just press the control key on your keyboard and click it here. Here it consists of all the crud relevant part. Here this all the save, all things are there. Delete, all things are get by ID. All the methods should be there over here. We'll be able to see there are many functions are there. You'll be able to see inside this repo. So I just close it. So here all the SQL core is managed by the JPA repository. You keep in your mind. That's the thing you have to write. That's it. Right. Now I'm going to moving to my student service IMPL. Here we are. I'm going to add the record. So here what you're going to do is here. First I'm going to the entity class. You have to write entity class student. You have to create the object of this entity class. So it's student. You have to write student. So you have to write this. Here we have. You just move the cursor over here. Or press Alt key and press Enter key on your keyboard. Now this class will be imported above. Right. Equal new student. You have to create the entity class. We have to create the entity class. We can't add the record directly through repo. So here we need a entity class. So we have to create the entity class object over here. Inside here, what you're going to do is the data is coming the student DTO format. The data is coming student DTO format. So we have to set the columns. Here we have to set the columns. So here it's go. We have to set the columns. The ID is when you add the record, we no need to give the ID because ID will be which is a auto increment part. So this argument we don't need them. You have to get this construct without ID. We take this constructor and add the record. So here, go here. Now here we have a column. Again, I'm going to telling the working flow. So go to the controller. The data is coming via the DTO format, save DTO format. So you can just save DTO format, it's get the data, receive the data. The data passing to the service. Service, there is a add method. So interface, it passing to the service IMPL. So here, if the method is created here, the data is coming here. Now we have to add the data into the database. So what you're going to do is we have to via the entity format. So entity is a we have to here is a you just go here the entity. You can see here this is the our database table structure. This is a database table structure. So here this is our we have created the constructor without ID. So the ID is auto increment. So we no need the ID. So this is constructor is applicable. So that we have created the constructor without ID. Understand that concept well, right? Now here what you're going to do is here this is our student entity class. We have created the object student. Now here the data is coming via the DTO format. You have to get the data. So we have write student save DTO dot get student name. Get student, all things are there. So we didn't here if you add the all arch constructor, no arch constructor data, the data consists of all the get and set method, all things are there. So all the get and set method, all the things are take care of this data. So that's why this get and set method is get student is there. Comma. After that we have set it as student save DTO dot second one is address. We have an address field. Comma student save DTO dot another one is a get mobile. Set mobile, get mobile. After that here we have another one fields. That is if you are not we are leave it here the error should be there. Here this constructor this data is not applicable for this go and check this constructor the entity. There's a 3 data is there. No 3 data following the constructor. We have a 4 data. Here name, address, mobile and active. So that's why the error will be shown. So now here we have to add another one field which is a active. So student save DTO dot is active. If you add it here, error go away. There is no error. Okay, this all things followed by entity, this entity class, name, address, mobile and activity. That's it. And that's the class. It will be following this things, this data. Right. I hope you guys you understood the things well. We have set into the entity successfully. Now I'm going to add the data into the database. We have to get the help of repo. So student repo, we have create the object here. We have to here get it here student repo. It has a method which is a save. The save method we have passed this all the data. We have to pass into this object student. That's it. That's the thing we have to write it. How easy it is. How easy it is. Control will be passing to the data to the service passing the service IMPL. So here we have to service IMPL will be passing to repo. Repo can't add the record directly. Get the help of what is the entity. This is the entity. So entity you can check this entity. So here we have set this entity class object you have created student. Now here the DTO record is coming via the DTO. You have to all the record we are getting using the get method. To get to all the records you have to using the get method. What are the records there? We have get all the record using the get method. Student name, address, mobile, and active. So here like this here. What are the records are coming here? Getting all the records via the get method. Get the record and we have to put into this object student object. After that, we have to add the record into the database. So repo, which is a part coming with the database, dot it has a save method. We pass into this entity. Right. This how add the record into the database. The simple scenario. Now after add the record, here I have to after add the record we have to add it here. This one we have write student, simple here student, this student object dot you have to get name. You have to get the inserted student name. This inserted student name. What are the student name you are added? The inserted student name will be returned. If the record is successfully added, the added student name will be we have to return. That's how we have did it here. Successful. Now it will be returned to the controller. So here all the things are success. It will be passing to this here, this ID. Now here I'm going to what you're going to see here. I'm going to return. I'm going to ID. This ID now here here write it here is name. That's it. Right. The final part we have to add the path. Okay, with the before I'm going to add and explain, it's very difficult to understand. That's why I finally have add the path. When the request is coming, API version student, after that you have right here, this is the post record. We are posting the records. Here, you have to posting the record. I'm going to showing the practical. Don't worry. So here, got the annotation, post mapping here. All the different mapping are there. You have to select as post mapping. When you save the record, you have to implement the annotation which is a post mapping. You have to add the URL. You have to write path. You have to write path equal. You have to save. Inside the double quotation mark, you have to just save. Right. Okay, right. So this how we have to set the path post mapping path save. Right. This is the API request. So done. Slash save. Right. Now let's run and check. Run the application. Whatever changes you are done, you just click here and run the application. Then only all the changes will be saved. Right. Now the project is running here. Okay, the project is running on this port. Now I'm going to test it. The post method. But write localhost colon 8085. This is the port where my server is running. You can see the port. Okay, which port my server is running here? 8085 port. This my server is running. Right. Now here, after that the URL. What's the URL? Here, this is a URL. Just copy it. Control C to copy. Slash paste it. Very simple. After that, we have to save the record. So here the path save. You just copy it and paste it. That's a simple sub. This is we have you have to find the API. Very simple, you have to implement the API. You have right here. So I just forgot it. HTTP colon slash you have to write localhost colon. This is the port we have set it here. If you have forgotten the port, you can see the what the port running. The tomcat will be show. Here you can find the port here. Application dot property. Here also you can find the port. That's it. That's the thing you have to do. Right. Now this is the API you have set it as a save the record. So what are the things you are going to send? So you go click on this tab body, click row, it defaultly select as text. We have to send the data using the JSON format. So select this one, you have to make it as JSON format. Open bracket and close bracket. Inside here, the same thing you have to set it here. The student saved ETO. The student data saved ETO, it has this all the data. So here this all things I just copied. Student saved ETO, copy it back to my Postman, paste it over here. I'm going to remove this all the data type fields. We don't need that. This all the things. Right. So now here we have to set it this one as a API. So you're right. You have to put it a double quotation mark. Put colon. Here we have to set the name, student name. I'm going to set this as John. The same thing address. Also you're right. You have to write the JSON format. Look like this way. Address. I'm going to put as USA. After that, mobile. You write the mobile. Something like that. Active state. I'm going to make it as here. I'm going to write true. That's it. Here you have to put it as comma. Then only it will be right. That's it. So this is the JSON format. So we have to send it this all John. These are the data. We have to send it. This data will be coming where first we have to coming to where the DTO format. So DTO. This DTO will be where passing the controller passing the service will be passing the repo via the entity format at the record into the database. That's how the format is working. Now let's check it. Click send button. Here John. Here the name will be displayed as John. It's successfully record added into the database successfully. I hope you guys you understood the things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to add the records into the database. In this video, I'm going to teach how to view the data. So let's back to our views page, which is an index.play.php, this page. Now here, we want to add the pagination. So we have open bracket and close bracket, open and close bracket. Inside the bracket, I'm going to simply write, we have to write the student. We have to display the pagination. We have to arrow, we have to write links. That's it. That's the things. The links. That's it. Right. Now let's check whether it's working fine or not. File save all. Back to our browser and refresh it. There is no error. It's working. Now what I'm going to do is, now let's see the view. So view, what I'm going to do is, this is a view button. So this button, I need a anchor tag. So this all the things we did in our add new button. So the same tag I just copied, this line, Control C to copy, I paste it over here. Instead of writing, I already written here, ahref URL student. Here I need not this URL. Here this time I'm not going to add the records. Yeah, I'm going to view the records. So I want to make it as a capital. I want to view the records. So how to type over here is the view the records. So write student. Look at the student. URL student. Here we have to use a concatenate operator. Here we need a slash. Right. So student control slash. We have to view the particular record. So how to view the particular record? If you click on this view button, it getting this ID which is a primary key and passing to the another page which is a views page. So the particular record will be shown. So we have to get the ID. So how to get the ID? So here we have to write, we in our database, if you go through the database, our database is DB school. Right here you can see the student table. We have a ID which is a primary key. So this ID we are getting. So here we have to add this ID. So how to get the ID? So this same thing, just copy it here, copy, right? Here is here, passing here. This is not a name, ID, right? So here student slash ID, right? Student slash ID. If you click on this one, it goes student slash ID. Now let's save our, right? Now which page it will be show the details? Our show.play.php, this page. So here it will be goes to which one? Here if you are right URL, it goes to the control, which is student controller, this which with the ID. So ID, so here it goes to this, it will be handling the, this one will be handling the resource controller. It's getting this method, show method, right? The data is coming via the ID here, show function. So you're getting the receiving the ID. So you can see here, you're right here, simply you right create the variable, you have simply you create student, right? Student, right? This is also the input, also we have changed it as student, anything. Okay, students, you have changed this one also students. So the copy, control C to copy, this one also you have changed as student. The same thing here also I am going to change this one also students, right? Student equal, okay, so you have to get the ID and find the data. Okay, we are receiving the ID here, we have to find the data match with this ID, right? So how to match it, how to find the data? We have to communicate with the model. So model which is a student model. So the student, right, colon, find, there is a predefined method in Laravel, find. If you create the records, there is a create function works. If you find the record, there is a find function. Okay, there are different functions they are implemented in Laravel. So what is the ID you are receiving? This ID, you just copy and paste it. First ID you are coming here, receiving and paste, put it here, and it will be searching the record from the database via the model. This is a model which is a part which communicates with the database and get the data back to our controller. So get the ID. What is the ID matching value? Value will be getting and assigned to the student variable. That's it. After that, we get the ID. We return to where the view. So which we have written. So we have to return view. Return view. You have to write student dot show. Here which page we want to show? Student dot blade. So we have to implement student folder show page. Student folder show page with these values. Which value? This value. So you write simply, at first you have to call this students. Here this one should be goes to this page. So this variable is assigned this variable, comma this variable. That's it. That's the thing you have to do. Very simple, right? You have to get the data and pass into the student show page. This data you have to pass into the student show page. It goes here. The same name, you have to receive the data. Go to the show.blade.php. Here also, you are receiving the data. Out receiving over here, you have to go to the create blade.php, the same page, select all, copy this all the page. You have to select all, the coding, copy back to my show.blade.php. You have to paste them. I want to delete this middle content only. The card, what you are written in the body section, only we need to remove. Okay, other the card section all are same. So this is a div. Only that we have to remove inside the div what the content you are written. You have to remove them. Right. Now here, what I'm going to do is, here we have to write the paragraph tag and get the data. Right. We simply check it. Right. So you can see here the same thing you have to do it. A student control, you can see data is coming. This is the variable name. So the students. So we are receiving the same name over here. So .play.php page or students. So students. So you have to this one students. Students. You get the variable. Right. Open bracket, close bracket, open bracket and close bracket. Here I'm going to create variable which is the students. This one should be the name. Students name. Right, students name. Right. Now here the same thing. I just copy it and paste it below. This one which is a phone, which is a name. Another field which is another field, cost field. Right. If you have any doubt, confused, go to the model and check it. What are the fields are there? Go to the model. You can check it. This one should be cost. Third one, copy it, paste it here, fee. Right. Now let's check it back whether it's working fine or not. File, save all, back to browser. So browser, we have to check it. This page. Now let's refresh the page. There's a view link is there. Right. If you are here, if you move the cursor on the view button, you can see the below the taskbar here student ID. It will be displayed over here below. Here, what is the so the what is the ID of the student? It will be shown here. Click on the view button. Here, that record is successfully shown here into the view page. But here, this is not an efficient way to show the data. Right? It's not look nice. So we have to simply do the simple style I am going to add it. So if you are expert in the CSS, you can add good style. You will make it the good styles. So I'm going to make it as a simple style. I'm going to make it as, so you have to get as alert Bootstrap. I want to display like this, right? So here you write this color. I need this color. I want this color. So this one should be warning alert. So warning alert, this div. I just copy this div. Copy, Ctrl+C copy, or paste it here. This div is close it, right? This is a div. Okay. Inside the card, you have to paste this div. This div started and close it here. Right, fine. Now let's check the file, save all, and check it back. Here, now it's successfully, it will be changed. Right, so here you can write it over here. A name. You have to write paragraph tag here. Name. You write student name. Student name. Right here, write student name. Here this one student course is course. This one fee. Right. Now let's check it. File, save all. Right. What is the problem here? All right. Here I will be remove one bracket. That's there. Right. Now let's file, save all, and back to the browser and check it. Now it's working fine. Now what I'm going to do is, now it's working fine. Now I'm going to do the another thing is, now I'm going to bold this one, the student name. So I'm going to write a bold tag. So you have to style it yourself. Okay, this is also CSS styles. You have to style it. bold and all the things, right? So here this bold, here also I'm going to give the bold. It should be the perfect bold. Here also bold, here also bold close, right? Here open the bold tag and close the tag. Now let's save all and check it back how the application look like. Right here it's working fine. Okay, it's working fine. You can do it. Okay, this is the simple style I have implemented. Okay, you have a if you have a good CSS style, you can expert in the CSS. You have to do good as well, right? Very simple. Okay, if you click the view button, it goes to view page and show the data. Student name, course, and fee to be shown. Right now, if I'm going to add the new record, Peter course JSP fee 15,000. Hit save button. Here the new record is created successfully. If you click view button, it's a John. This one should be John. If you click the view button, this is a Peter. It will be displayed successfully. Right. Perfect. Now I hope the view part is you understood well. If you have any doubt, you let me know that. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in my next lecture. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to view the records. In this video, I'm going to teach about how to edit the records. So let's back to our controller. So first we are starting from the controller. So here you can see here, if you want to add the record, you are using a post mapping. If you are view the record, you are using get mapping. If you update it, now I'm going to start in the annotation put mapping. So right, put mapping. You write the put mapping. Open and close bracket. You have to give the path first. Now we have an idea. So that I have first you have to write like this. How the programming works. Now I'm going to create the function. Now this function I'm going to create as a edit function. So that we have to create as update. So we have to write public. You have to write it here string. You have to write this function. I'm going to name it as update student. If you want, you can change it as a edit student, whatever. I just create as update student this function name. So you can see here now this one. What you're going to, I'm going to update the record. So here, if you want to view the record, it is a student DTO. If it is save record, you have to get it a student save DTO. If it's update DTO, update record, we have to get the update DTO. So these are the fields. Very simple. Each things we have to add at the different DTOs. So here, what you're going to do is you have to write the same thing here, like a save DTO, request body, student update DTO. You write a student, it will be the IntelliJ will be telling you how to create like this. You have to pick them here. After that, open and close curly bracket. Now what you're going to do is if the request is coming slash update, now its data is coming via the DTO to pass the data to here. The data is coming from where? From the Postman. Data is coming from the Postman. So here we'll see like this. Coming here, it will be coming to the update. The data is coming like this way to it passing to the student controller, student update here. Now we receive the data, we are sending to a service. Sending to service. So you have to create string, you write ID, you write the variable ID equal student service dot. Here I have to create the method as I'm going to create update student. I'm going to create the method. I want to create the method on the service update student. What is the data you are receiving here? This one. copy it and paste it here. This data I'm going to send into service. So service, I want to create the method. Which method? Update student. So select here. There is a bulb symbol. Click on here. Here it will be. If you click on this one, it will be telling here. Create method. Update student in student service class. Student service here. If you click on this, that method will be successfully created the student service. That's here. You no need to do anything else. It's all the things are, it will be created. This is the efficient way to write the Spring Boot application program. Right. Now, here in this student service, this is only the implementation only. We have to do all the things. You have to go to the student service IMPL. Click on here. It has another method. So click on here, implement method. That is a student update. We have to import it here. Very simple. This is how the way working. Right. Now, services send the record to a repo. Repo is get the records from where database. So in order to convert the database to repo, there is a layer which is a entity. This is an entity layer. Right. These all things you already know. Now, first we have to check it. First you have to check it whether this IDs exist or not. When you update the record, first you have to check it whether that student is already exists in the database or not. So how to check it? You write if you write if how to check it through the through student repo. Repo is a part which will be communicated the database. So this is a SQL query. It will be written in the SQL query. So there is a exist by ID. There is a predefined method available in the student repo. That's a exist by ID. So the ID is coming here from where the DTO. So here try this DTO, copy it and paste it here. Dot get student ID. Okay, what is the record you are going to update? Get the ID of the student. That ID is exist in the database or not. If the ID is exist, open bracket and close bracket, we have to open the entity class object. You have to create student, create the object this entity student class student equal you have write student repo dot get by id. Here you are using the get by id student update dto. This student update dto, copy and paste it over here, dot get student id. You have to get if the student id is exists. What I did here is this entity. We have to the repo is communicate with the entity to check the record. So get the record using the entity. Repo is the one who get the record. The get the record. If the IDs exist, the particular matching value will be getting through the entity. So that we have right create the entity object over here. After that, what I'm going to do is we have to get the ID of the student. We have to set into using set method. So your student dot set name. What are the fields we have set? Set name. Here we have student update dto dot get student name. What's the name you are retrieving all the records? Now we have to set it. Set mean you already the record is you have exists in the database. So we have to make the changes and updates so that we have to call in the set student. So we have to what is the record you are getting. So you have to set it to make the changes. That will be the update. So the same thing, you have to write the student dot set address update DTO dot get address. After that, student dot set mobile, and the piece of mobile, student update DTO dot get mobile, student dot set active, here right, student update DTO dot is new, right. We have to what the ID exists, the particular ID set state, it's coming here, right here, you're coming here. Now you have to set the records. What the record is coming here, you have to set it, the relevant fields. After that, we have to how to save the record. We don't have a method called update on springboot. Again, we have the existing record, we have to save. So the how to save, student repo dot, there's a method to save. Which one I'm going to save it? This in this one, this entity object, right. So why I write this entity is, entity is a part in between the student repo and data source. We have to pass passing through the data. So we have to create the object. Here also we have created the object. So here we retrieve the data. So the same thing, you have write it here, the entity. So all the data we have set into, you have set into, you are passing here. Right, so you have write here. So that's why you have write student. So all the data we are set into this object passing to this student. So we have to getting the student details. Just student. We have all the records we are setting to this particular student. So we have to again we have to update the record. That's it. So the student is not exist. What you're going to do is here, you write it here. Else, you write it here. You make the stout, right? Student ID not exist, right? If the student ID is exist, it will be do these things. If the student ID is not exist, display this message. That's the thing, you have to do it. This is the only thing you have to do it. Simple. Perfect. Now let's back to my controller. Now here what I'm going to do is this controller, we have to return ID. If the record is updated successfully, it's returned the ID, right. So here the thing is updated, it's coming here, this function, it's passing this ID, it return that particular ID into our front end here below, right. Now let me check it. So open up the, click on here. At this time is a put mapping. So here so put mapping. So you have to type it HTTP. So you write HTTP colon localhost colon for the port 8085 slash, back it here, copy this API, this one, back to here, paste it here. Here what's the things, what the API here, you are given update slash update. Now here we have write it here, click on the body row, you'll make it as JSON open and close bracket. So how to test that, I already tell the way. Go back to your DTO, all things you just copy it, Control C to copy back to here, paste it here. We have to erase this one, we don't need them, you have to get rid of these lines. only we have data. Right. Now you have to make it as a JSON format. You have to make the data as a JSON format. Student ID equal 1. So this one you have to make it as some changes. What are the changes I'm going to give? James. So the address field you have to make this one. So the address also you have to like this. Mobile active state. This is a JSON form. Okay. Let's address also I want to be change it as here you have to make it as comma. This also comma. Make it as USA mobile number. I'm going to change it as something like that. Comma. Mobile number is the integer, so we don't need the double quotation mark. Only string value only we have to make the double quotation mark. You have to make it as colon. Right. So here we have to make it as comma. Right. Active state we have to make it as true. Right. Now I'm going to update this one. So here number one is John. I'm going to change it as a James. So we have to change the phone number as well. Now let's run the program. We haven't run it. Stop and run it. Okay, don't forget to run the program. So you have to, after do all the things, you have to run it. Then only all the changes will be applied. Now there is no error. If you have got get any error, it will pass in here. So there is no error. So that here successfully the code is generated. The application is successfully. Now let's test the request. Click send button. Here 1 means ID will be the ID will be coming 1. 1 means the record is successfully updated. So let's back to our project. Here the get data, here check it or student send it. Here James is updated successfully. Now if you want to test again James, I'm going to write James and James. Here you have to address, you have to change it as a India. Now let's say again I'm going to click send. 1 it's updated, so let's back here, send it here Jane. It successfully it will be updated. Perfect. Now I hope you understood things well. Now here you can see here that if the student ID you are typing a 1, what you're going to do is coming here. If the ID is 1 is exist in the database table or not. If it is exist, it's coming to here and put the ID here. Student update detail what's the ID is coming here. Get the ID. The matching ID records will be loading via the entity here. After that we have to what is the API records. These are the records we are sending from the front end. It will be setting here. The existing records we are setting to the new record over here. And if you are again we have to student repo.save, you have to passing this entity object here. Your newly changes will be updated here. That's the thing we have to do it. Okay, very simple. Okay, what's the ID is coming here? The appropriate record will be the ID matching record will be loading via the entity. After that, the newly record will be your setting. What is the changes you are made at? So all the changes will be coming from the DTO format here. You have to get student name, address, mobile, and active state. This all the newly changes will be your setting here using the set method. After that, repo.save, you have to call in this student entity object here. Your record has been updated. This is how the things works. I hope you guys you understood successfully. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to talk about the delete part. So in our last video, we talked about the update part. You can see here the when you save the record, we are using the post mapping. When you retrieving the records from the database, we are using the get mapping. When you update the record, we are using the put mapping. Now we are going to delete the records from the database. So we are using the mapping, which is a delete mapping. We have to add the annotation first. After that, we have to give the path slash. I'm going to write it here as delete. So type delete delete student. I'm going to just delete student. You can, if you want, you can write delete only. Okay, you can type delete student, whatever. Okay, it's no problem. After that, we have to slash. We have to write the ID here. What's the ID is coming here? What's the record you are going to delete? What's the ID is coming there? Relevant, the matching row want to be delete. So you write the request is coming, delete slash the ID. What's the ID you are typing on the front end? Right. Now here I'm going to create the method public string. You have to create the method as delete student. You have to create the methods to delete student. Here you have to write the path variable. This is called as a path variable. That is called as a path variable. So we have to implement the annotation as a path variable. After that, we have to write the value equal. Here you have to write ID. Here you have to write int ID. Open and close curly bracket. Right. Now what's the ID is coming here? This ID will be passing to here, this path variable. What's the ID you are typing on the front end? What's the ID you are typing on the front end? I'm going to start, open up my Postman. Accidentally I close it. So you can see here, what's the ID you are typing on the front end? This ID will be passing to here. This ID will be set into this variable. You have to understand the concept well. After that, what I'm going to do is, here, I'm going to create the Boolean variable delete student equal. So what's the ID is coming here? We have to send it to a controller passing the record to service. We already know here. So all the example, what the request coming from the front end, it passing the controller passing to the service. So here also we are passing to the student service dot. Here we have to create the method delete student. That's it. Open and close curly bracket. Now here, what is the thing we have to delete? Which one? The front end we are passing the ID. This ID is passing here this path variable assigned to here. This ID we have to passing to the here to send it to our service. So service. Now what I'm going to do is here service will be via service we have to create the delete method. So simply you have to click on here. There's a here red. You can see the red bulb. You click on this one. Here create the method delete in your service. You click on this. If you click on this, it has been created in your service student service interface. Now we are going to your student service IMPL. You have to above it has to implement the method which is a delete. So click on here. You have to implement the method delete student. Click on OK. It has been implemented. successfully you are implemented. Right. Now you can see that this was successfully implemented. Now, first the same thing you have to check it. What we are checking in the update, the same thing you are checking. What the ID is coming here. First of all, you have to check the the record is exists in the database now. What the ID you are typing, you have to check it here. Whether that student is available in the database table or not. So we have to check it if how to check it the same thing student repo. Yes, the student repo we already have to implement the annotation here. Yeah? Student repo dot it has student repo as a free defined method which is a exists by ID. Whether the ID is exist in the database table or not. We have to check it. Now here what the ID is coming here, you are passing to here. If the ID is matching, the IDs exist, what I'm going to do is here, we have to call this repo, student repo dot student repo, it has a method delete. We have a method called delete method. We have a delete method. So delete, you have to write delete, instead of delete, you have to write here delete by ID. Delete, you have to write delete by ID. Here it is there. Delete by ID. You have to select this one. It is easy. So delete by ID. What's the ID is coming here? You have to pass it here. Now what you are going to do is it will be passing to the student repo. Student repo communicate with the database via the entity to delete the records from the database. That's the thing we'll do here. Very simple. Okay, get the ID. The student the IDs exist in the database. What happens is we have to the repo, we are calling the repo as a free defined method which is a delete by ID. Now what's the ID you are receiving, you are passing to here to delete the records. Now unfortunately the student ID is not exist in the database, so we have to tell that the else condition, you have to write the stout, you have to telling here student ID is not found. That's it. The simple way you have to do the program. Very simple way you have to do the program. Very simple. Okay, very simple here. We have a controller passing to the service interface passes student service IMPL, get the ID, delete the student record. That's it. Now student record is deleted, it will be written into via the controller here. Now here we have to what the message we have to pass it here. I don't need to this student we have to call it here. We have to get the message deleted. You have to write like this. Here also if you want the update also, you no need to retrieve the updated ID. You can return also here. You have to write it here as well. Updated. That's also fine. If you want to need a message, you have to write the message. Save also you have to. If you need a message, you have to do the message here. I am going to instead of like this, you have to write added. Okay, very simple. Right. Now let's execute the program and check it. Right, there is no error. Let's back to our Postman. I'm going to get another things. So here we have this one should be post get put another one which is we have to change this one as a delete mapping. So you write http ://local host what's the port 8085 8085 slash what's the URL. First you have to you just copy this one, Control C to copy back to my Postman. You paste it slash here back here. What's the URL? Delete mapping. So you have to copy this URL. You have to paste it here. Here we have to additionally we have to type one thing. So here this ID. What's the ID? What's the ID you are going to delete? So we have get student. We have to get all the student. Let me see right here. We have a two student records are there. Student 1 and student. I'm going to delete the Peter. So what's the ID? 2. So back to my delete. Here we have to put it here 2. We have to put it here 2. Right here. You have to put it as the ID is 2. Okay, very simple. You have to put it the ID as 2. Right. So what then we are click on the send button. Here deleted. Record has been deleted. Now let's go back to here. Now again we have to refresh the record. Here record 1 has been deleted. Okay, if you have put 1 2, what happens is the front end we are calling the delete 2. What happens goes here 2 will be coming here, it passing to here, it passing to here, it will be passing to where here to your student IMPL. You receive the ID and delete the row. That's it. Now I hope you understood things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to find the record. In this video, I'm going to talk about another dependencies. This dependency is very helpful for reduce the code snippet. So you can see here, if you go to the student DTO, we have a 5 fields. Imagine you have a 10 or 15 fields. So you have to go to the student service IMPL. Everything you have to write. Here we have written only the 4 lines. So if imagine if you have a 15 line, you have to write a 15 lines record, you have to add it. So if you have reduced the code snip, you have to use the model mapper. So how to install the model mapper? You have to go to the Google. You have type here model mapper maven. You have type model mapper maven. This is a dependency. You have type model mapper maven. So click on this here. This is first way, sir. You have to click on this. It goes to the respective page. So here there is a versions. I'm going to get it this one. You'll get it 2.4.1 this. I just click on this. So this is the dependencies. So you just copy this line. You just click on this. It will be copied to the clipboard. Now I am going to back it to the Spring Boot application. Go to the pom.xml file. There is a separate area inside the dependencies. You have to paste on the dependency. What are the dependency you have copied, you have to paste it. Right click, you have to paste it here. Yeah, there's a paste option, you can paste it. After that, you have to paste it. You must click on this button to update it. Now then it will be updated. Now you can see it. You have to wait here till the update. Here you can wait. Right. Now it has been updated successfully. Now what you're going to do is after update this one. Now let's go to my package. This is the package, the main package. Here I'm going to create a new package. So select the package, right click, new package. This package I'm going to name it as config. I'm going to name it as config. Press enter key on your keyboard. The config package has been created successfully. Inside the package, So select the package, right click new. I'm going to create the class which is a model mapper config. I'm going to create the class model mapper config. Press enter key. Your class has been created successfully. This is all the configuration part we are doing here. So model mapper. This is a configuration class. So you have to add the annotation configuration. That's it. Inside the class, now here I have to create the model mapper method. So you have to write model mapper. This one. You have to write here model mapper. Open and close curly bracket. Now here what I'm going to do it here is you have to write a return new model mapper. That's it. Now this one has a you have to add the bean class. You have the bean. That's it. After done the stuff, what you're going to do is you have to click on the you have to run the application and you have to run the application. So you have to see whether is there any error or not. So it's running successfully. There is no error. I hope you guys you understood the things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to add the model mapper. In this class, I'm going to teach how to use it. So go to student service IMPL. Here I'm going to use it. So you can see here, first, before we are using, you go above here, we have to call the model mapper configuration class over here. So you write AutoWare private is a model mapper object model mapper, right? So this one inside this method you have to call it, return this method you have to call it here. This is a class. Now what you're going to do is here after that I'm going to go to this is the get student by ID. So here you can see here we already saw you have to find the record by the ID. The result we have to get as a entity type. We have to convert as a DTO type. We already show this one. Now this line we have to reduce the code snippet. So let's what you are going to see. Just select all. I'm going to comment it. If you want to comment in IntelliJ IDEA, you have to press hold on the control key down and press slash key on your keyboard. That's it. You have to comment it. So you have to write this one. Control plus slash on your keyboard. You can comment like this. Right. Now you can see how to do this one in model mapper. It's very simple. Okay, if you want to do this one, the same thing in the model mapper, it's very simple. So I do it here. Yes. First you have to do it. You have to write this DTO entity. This DTO. You have to pass it here, right? So the entity we have to convert as a DTO type. You have to create the object first. After that, equal. You have to write model mapper. This model mapper. You have to implement the object here. Model mapper. This one. The model mapper, there is a property which is a map. Click the map. Map consists of two arguments. Here, we select this one. So the model map. First one, you have to tell them which one you have to convert as a DTO type. So I want to convert this entity, the student entity. All my result is reside on this entity, student entity. So here we find the ID, the matching record will be passing to the entity. So the entity we have to convert as a DTO type. We have to get the result as a DTO type. The same thing we are using the model mapper. So we have to entity. First you have to write entity student, comma. After that, Sorry, here you can see we are using the optional type. So optional type, how to get the data? Dot get. So you use the get method. Comma. Now here you have to write a DTO. So you have this one, the entity format you have to convert as a DTO. So how to convert as a DTO? You have to call this class DTO class, this student DTO dot class. That's it. That's the thing. You have to do it. After that, the same thing. Return student DTO. That's it. The simple stuff we have to do it. How is it easy? You can say here. This code we have to simply have type by one line. Entity we have to convert as a DTO type. We get the result as an entity type. We have to pass that entity type and we have to passing the data to the front end. We have to convert them as a DTO type. This DTO type we have to convert them very simple. Or this one is an entity type. Which one you have to convert as a DTO? You have to write like this DTO class. That's simple stuff. You have to wait. Very simple. Right now, let's check it whether it's working fine or not. There's no error. Let's open up our Postman. Let me check it. Now the ID, I'm going to here one. I'm going to check the one. Click send button. Here, it's working perfectly well. Now here again, I'm going to check it that two. It's working well. Now the model mapper is working fine. Here, the selected query also here it will be returned the selected query. This all the things will be here. It's a IBAN. This IBAN here. This one find all by dot find by ID. This all the things are SQL query. It will be written by the IBAN. Right. Thank you for watching. I will see you in my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to find the record, how to convert as a model mapper. We already showed in our last video. In this video, I'm going to the same this one, the list. We have a get the request. We need all the records. We are slash get all student. We have to get all the student records from the database. So slash get all student, it will be passing the service IMPL. Here the request is coming. Here we have get the records. Student repo, find all the records. So get the records via the entity. Get the records via the entity or get the records is the entity format. This record we have to convert as a DTO format. So we have to do this one. This all the things I just comment it. So just comment it. Instead of that, we have to place in our convert as model mapper. This way we have to reduce the code snippet. So how to write it? Simple. The same thing you have to write the list. List student DTO, get the object DTOs equal model mapper dot map. Here we have to first we have to tell them which one we have to convert as a DTO type. This is the our entity type data. Here it's little bit complicated because we have to get all the records from the database. So here comma equal new token type token. Here we have to write the list of data. List. So the list. Here write which one DTO student. Which DTO? This entity you have to convert as a student DTO format. DTO. So you write here open and close bracket. You write it over here dot get type. That's it. The simple stuff. We have to get all the records from the database and come as a entity type. You have to convert as a DTO format. So we have to DTO format. We have to convert like this. Simply we have to convert here this one line code. It will be converted. Simply you have to write it here. It's professionally, you have to present only 2 lines. This one should be our entity. You have to convert as a DTO in list. You have to convert as a list. You have to type new type token. List is a list. What is the thing you are going to convert it? DTO type. So DTO get type. That's it. That's the thing you have to write. After that, we have to return this. Return. So here we have to return this one. Student DTOs. Just copy and paste it over here. Now let's test it. Stop and you have to run again to apply these changes, whatever changes you already did. You click on here and you have to run the project again. Then only it will be applied. Right, it's no problem. Now let's check it. The request. It's a get request. Yes, the get request we did it. The get all students record. Let's check it. Here it's working. Now it's working, no problem. Here it's working, no problem. Here it's working. Right? It's working, no problem. Here you can see here the simple 3 lines codes instead of writing this using the model mapper class. I hope you guys you understood things well. I'll see you in my next lecturing. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. Now we find the record by the ID we already show. Now I'm going to find the record by the name. If you type the name of the student, we have to get the matching all the records another fields. So how to do the things? This is very must. So that I have get this example. You can see here very simple. So you go to the student controller. Here first what I'm going to do is the same thing get mapping. This one find by the ID. This one find by the name. So the same the get map, the same function I just copied and pasted here. Here you have to change this one as a get by name. The params is a name. So here this ID we have to get it simply. We have to write it as a DTO. If you get by the name, we have to write as a list. List DTO get student by, this one you have to change it as a get student by name. This function you have to change it as get by name. This name you have to write it here. So I already taught here. That's why I'm going to little bit fast. Right? We have to change the function name as get student by name. So here this value name. This one string. We have to find by the name. So we have a string type name. That's it. That's the thing you have to write. So here you write it same list of the student details. You have to get it for the what is the student name you are typing. So here student name. You write student name equal. You write what's the name you are string is string, spelling mistake, right? Now here what's the name you are typing? You are sending to a student service. Student service we have to create the method which is a you write is get. You write get. You write student. Otherwise you can write find by anything. So I'm going to find all find student name. You will create the function find student name. Right, you can write it here get student name, but I just create the function find student name. Here you have to write what's the value, what is the name you are typing. It's coming here. You have to pass it here. That's it, simple. Now return, you write the return student name. You write student. You can write student details. Copy it and paste it here, right? So what's the name you are typing? You have sending to the service to find the details of the student. So here, this method, click on here, click on this bulb symbol, create the method on the service created. Go to the, click on here, just go to the IMPL. IMPL, you have to create the, okay, implement the method, click OK. The method has been created here. Now here, what you're going to do it, here you have to receive the student name over here. You have received the student name over here. Now here, what you're going to do is receive the student name. Now, here you have to write it here. Here, first you have to write the list, the same student, entity type. Here create the entity of the students equal student repo dot find all by name is not available. We have to create this one. Okay, so I just created find all by name here. I just created like this. We have to create this one in our uh, repo, right? So what the name is coming here, right? So here find by ID is free defined function. Here find by ID. If you find the ID, it will be free defined. It will be available here. If you are you find the student by the name ID, the free defined this function is available. But if you find the student by the name, that function is not available. So what to do? We have to create ourselves custom. You have to create custom. So you type it here. Find all by name. I just type like this. Now here, this one we have to create it via student repo. So click on here. Here, student repo dot find by name. What's the name coming here? You have to pass it here. This function will be created in the repo and it will be search and find the details of the what's the name you are typing here. So here, click on here, click this bulb symbol, create the method and repo. Click on here, it will be created here. But here, one thing you have to do it here, you can't find it if you write like this. You have to make it as a suggestion one. Here you can write find. Here you can suggestion keyword you have to get it. Find all by name, find all by name, find all by student name equals, you will get this one, student find all by name equals, okay, here this method you have to find, right? So here again I am going to type it, find here the suggestion one, you have to get it. You can't write your want like this, it's never the data will be available. So you have to write here find all by student name equals, what to do is what the name you are typing, the matching record will be, it will be loaded and it will be passed into where this entity. Now here you already create the method there, we have to get it here. How to get it here? Repo dot find it, this method you already created here in your repo, this method created in your repo, this method you are getting to the IMPL. So dot find all by student name equals, perfect. Now what I did here is, if you write it here, student repo find all by student, the same thing it will be written in Hibernate, select all from student, where the student name, what's the name you are coming here, get the result into the entity type, get the result in the entity type, we have to convert as a detail type to front end to show the record, right? You find the record, the right find the record, but the result is coming as an entity type. So you have the entity type, you have to convert as a DTO type. So how to convert? Simply, if you have to write first students, the result is here. Students dot size not equals 0. If the student size is not equal 0, right? If the student size is not equal 0, it's not equal 0, not equal 0, I want to display the record, the details, student details. If the record is available. So ID only we have to use the optional type. The name we have to use this one. Students dot size if not equal. You have to write it here. List. You have to write. You have to convert as a DTO type. So how to convert as a DTO type? Student DTO. You have to write the student details. It will be automatically create the objects here. Equal. We have to do it as a model mapper. So how to use the model mapper? Model mapper dot map. Here first, what the thing you have to passing? You are passing as the students. This one should list. So how to list? We have to convert. We already show this one. Comma new type token list type token list. You have to write this one should be student DTO student DTO. So write here open and close bracket dot get type. We have to close this. Right. Simple stuff. Here this record is an entity type. This record is coming to the entity type. You have to convert as which one as a DTO type. As a list format, we have to convert as a DTO type. After that, you have to return as this student details. Just simple stuff. How easy it is. You can see. Right? So here, simple stuff. Now let's check whether it's working fine or not. So let's execute the program and check it. Let's see whether is there any error or not. It's working perfectly well. Now let's open up my Postman. Yeah, the same thing. This URL, the find URL, which is find URL. This one. So this all the things I just copied. Get the another terminal. I paste it. It's a get mapping. You can see here. It's a get mapping. This is a request. You just copy it. Paste the request. Additional paste one slash. Okay. Now what you are going to do? This is a param. You have to use param. This is how you have to search the record. You have param. So param, the same name you have type it here. So here, go to the param. Key is a name. Value. What's the value I'm going to type? You go to the get all student. Get all student. There's a record and. So and you type and. Right? Okay. You can see here. It automatically you have to write this. Code string here. Click send button. Here you can see here that successfully find the record. Find the record of an. Now let's find another record as a Kumar. Right, so here go here. The name you have to get Kumar. Click send. The Kumar also found successfully. This how we have find the record by the name. I'm going to explain again. If the request is coming, you type the name over here. It's coming here. It will be passing to here. It will be passing to here. It will be passing the service as a method which is a find student name. It will be passing to the interface student service. This student interface will be passing to the IMPL class. Get your name and we have to write the query of the student repo. Student repo, we have to create the method over here to find the record. After that, matching value will be coming as a entity type. This entity type you have to convert as a DTO type. Then we have to get the records in a very simple way using the model mapper. I hope you guys understood things well. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about the card section. The before video, we talked about the button. The same thing, you have to apply in another fields. Here you can see the form fields. You can study. The same thing, what I did here. The same thing, you just go to the view codes. The same thing, you have to do it here. That's the form field, that's the same thing, you have to do it. Right. So this how we have to do the implementation part of the components of the Angular material UI. Now I'm going to start the simple project of how to add two numbers of Angular material UI. So I'm going to what you're going to do is instead of doing the uh, example in this project, I'm going to create the new project of Angular. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my project. This is a project folder. This is a project folder. I'm going to create a new one. So I'm going to go to my Google and type Angular install Angular CLI. You type Angular CLI. Click on this. This is the installation part. Copy the dashboard. You have to here. You have to type CMD. Paste it here. Press enter key. You have to wait until the project configuration successfully. Right. Now here it will be configured successfully. Now I'm going to create a new project of Angular. If your previous project, any project running on Angular, you have to close them. You have to close them. I already closed it. Right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the new project of Angular. So here is the command where we have create a new project. Just copy it. I explained this is how we have created the new project. Ng new my first project. You just copy it and paste it over here. Here I'm going to give the name of the project. So I'm going to give the name add two numbers. Add numbers. I just add numbers. This is my project name. I have numbers. Right. This is the name of my project. My add numbers. Press enter key on your keyboard. You have to ask, would you like to add the Angular routing? Yes. Press enter key. Here you have to select the SCSS. Help of your up and down arrow. Set down arrow and press enter key on your keyboard. Right. You have to wait until all the Angular packages get installed. Now the project is created successfully. You can see here. Now I'm going to open the project. So you type which one? You have to go this one. This is your newly created project. You can see here my add numbers. Double click can go inside the project. Here I'm going to open the new terminal. CMD to open the new terminal. I'm going to open this project on my VS Code editor. You have to type code space dot. That's it. I hope you guys understood the things, how to create the new project and how to open up the VS Code editor. I'll see you in my next lecturing. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw the two projects. How to add two numbers, student marks calculation we have completed. Now you have a good enough idea about Angular and Angular materialized library. Now we have to do the simple project, the CRUD application. We already done the backend part as a springboot application. We already done these all things. We already done. Now the front end we are using the Angular. Let me do step by step. We already created the project. Without wasting time, I already created the project. So here my first application I have. You know how to create the Angular project without wasting the time. I already created the Angular project and we already installed the material libraries. You can see here you can see the material library has been I have installed. So everything we have completed. Now what you're going to do is I'm going to go to create a two components. I have to create two components. So here what you're going to do is here this is my project. I'm going to go to here terminal. I'm going to type cmd. I'm going to create two components. So I have to create the component ng generate c, which is nothing but component, g nothing but generate. Here component name I'm going to type as this one as student. So here the student application, we have our backend with this all the student application. So we have created as the student. First component I have created as student, right? You can see here this all the four file has been created. Another component we have to create as a dashboard. You have to create a simple dashboard header. Right. I am going to create as a header. Ng see header. This how we have created the components. Right. Here we have two components we have created. Now you can see your project. Now you can see your project. Here inside the app folder, you can expand the X folder. You have a header folder. Here you have a four file has been created. Out the another component which is a student. Inside the student component, we have a relevant file has been created successfully. I hope you guys you understood well. We have successfully created the two components, header as well as a student. I'll see you in my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, I have taught how to create the components. I have created two components, one is header and student component. Now let's go to the header component. If you go inside the header component, you have a header works. If you have got student component, student works. Right. Now first go to the header component. Here I am going to default text. I am got rid of this. Here I am going to create the nav bar. So before create the nav bar, I am going to attach this Bootstrap styles. So what you're going to do is go to the Google. Here I'm going to type Bootstrap 4. Here we have get the nice styles. So you can see here Bootstrap 4. You type get Bootstrap 4 implementation. You can get it here. Go to the introduction. Go to the right. So here copy the CSS style. Okay, copy it. Back to my project. Click on the index.html. Here you have to paste it. What is the index.html? I already talked. So I now need to talk again. Right. First I have paste my Bootstrap style. Right. Perfect. Now we do the Angular materialized design along with the Bootstrap style. Right. Now let's go to my header.component over here. Here I'm going to create the nav bar. So nav bar, this is a Bootstrap official website. So you type nav bar and here click on here. Here you can get it. The nav bar looks here. This is the nav bar. You get the style, one of the style from here. Let's get them. So go below. We have to get the stylish nav bar. So we have to get below. We have to have it. Here this is the one. I'm looking for this one. I'm looking for this one. So I have to get it. So we have to get this one. So let's get this one. Nav bar. Copy this. Back to my project. You have to paste them over here. Inside the here, what you're going to do is inside here. Let's get off. line, this line, I'm going to edit a class anchor attack href, sorry, not the href. Here you have to write class, you have to write the new brand, you have to write brand. Okay, we have to create the css styles. Okay, so here this way you have to create the simple css style over here, right? Okay, you have to set the padding and everything. You have to create the padding and everything. Here you have to create the name of the project. I just create the name of the project is student management system, right? So you have the student management system. So here, now let's file, save all. Now I'm going to call this component header, this component, where we have to call it inside the app component.html. Here it default interface I have removed it. Now here I'm going to call it, which one I'm going to call it? This one. Where I'm going to get it? Here, this one. If you have problem, this one, this approach, you just copy it, paste it over here. Open and close bracket. Now let's file, save all. Now I'm going to execute the app. So we have to type the command ng serve. Now we have to wait until all the port and everything, it will be take care of the port and everything, it will be take care of and running. Right. Here it will be at the first time only it takes some time to configure everything. After that it will be run normally. Now here it's run successfully. Just copy this port URL, paste it over here and press enter key on your keyboard here. Perfect. Right now we didn't see any text over here. We can't see, but it written, but we couldn't see. So we have to write the CSS type for that. So here I'm going to go to the header.component.css. Here we have to write the CSS type. I will write this one in my next video. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to create the new bar. We already see. In this video, I'm going to apply some CSS style for attractive purpose. So we have to write the custom CSS. So you have to write the same name you have to write it. You have to write here this one. Class name, you have to write this class. New brand. So right, you can create any name. I just name it as new brand. Open and close curly bracket. Here I'm going to apply some style. So color, text color I'm going to apply it as white color. Text color I'm going to apply it as white color. Font size I'm going to give here as 30 would be enough. 30 would be enough. After the font family, if you want, you can set it. So I'm going to set it as a font family Arial. Arial, I'm going to set it as Arial. So you can set off any of them. I want to set the padding as a padding also. I'm going to set it as a 20 pixel. Now let's file, save all, and bring back to my application and check it. Here the color is not working. So what's the problem here? Here go back to my project. Simply you have to write it here. If you're not taken, so white space, you have to write press shift key plus 1, you have to get this mark important. You have to import. You have to get the important, right? So okay, now let's file save all. Now let's bring back to the application. Here it's working. Okay, it's working. You have to check it, right click here, impact. Okay, everything you have to check it. Here this is a background color. Here's a background color. That here you have to select this one, impact. Here your text color font. Here also you have to style it here. If you want to increase the font, you can here easily you can test it. If you want to increase like 40 here, you can check it. Here you have to padding. If you want to increase the padding, how would we look like here? Everything you have to test it. Test that and you have to apply that. Okay, easily. Right? So okay, how to do the thing is select the font here, this one, right click, impact. Now you can get this window. Right here is nav bar. This is the style we have given. Nav bar. Open and close it. Right, perfect. Now I hope you guys you understood things well. I'll see in my next lecturing. So we have to here. There is a small spelling mistake. I don't like to leave the spelling mistake. So let me correct it before we have completed the video. So that is not a good thing. Let's file save all. Right. Now it's corrected. Right. Perfect. I hope you guys will understand things well. I'll see you in my next video lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we completed the header section. In this video, I'm going to cover about the student component part. So in student component, we have to create the form design along with the table design. So here, this is the header component. This is the student component. You click on this. Right. Now here, the default text, I'm going to remove it. Now here, first, I'm going to start the div class, you have to write container. Your div container class. Right. It's a simple bootstrap class. After that, you have to write div. You have to create the rows. Here you have to create the rows. You have to write class. You have to write row. Inside the row, we have to divide the two columns. So we have a first column which is a form, another column which is a table column. So we have to separate them. Class call, you have to write empty. You have to as a total size will be the 12. We have to form. I'm going to give as 4. Remaining 8. I'm going to put it as my form. So the same thing. This is the first row. The first column. This is the first column. Second column. This one should be. We have to comment it. This one is a form. The form, right? So second one, I'm going to separate as a table class. This one's a call md8. Right, simple, perfect. This is how we have separated the two columns. Now let's design the form. So here I'm going to first the form. I need the heading, so we have to write h2 tag. We need a h2 tag. That's enough. So write create student to make it as create student. After that, this is the heading. Below the heading, we need one line. So we have to write in Bootstrap, we have to write this one, HR tag. So one line. Right. After that, we have to do the form design. So first, you have to write div class. Here we have to write div class. You have to card. You have to write card body card body bg light. Here is the BG light. Right. This is style I have given the card. BG light here. Now let's do the materialize design of the form. So your form tag, first you have to put the form tag. So you have to write the form tag, you have to write the form, open and close tag. Inside here we have to create the form. So here the form, you can do the materialize Angular UI. Here you have to type on Google Angular material UI. Click on this, get started. Here we have a component. Component, we have which component we need? Input. Click on this. Here you have a styles. So I need this one. So we have to click on the view code. View code here. View code, you can see here. View code. The first one. I'm going to get this one, first one. You just copy that. Just copy it and paste it over here. Simple stuff you have to do it, right? So you can see here, if you have paste it, it shows some error. So this error, we easily we have to solve this error. First we have to, now we have to add these classes, form field and mat label. You have classes, you have to add it. Go back to our material design. Go to the TS file, which is a logic file. Here you can see here, there is a classes is there. So you have to add these classes. So simply you just copy this. These three things we need. Mat input module. These three things we need. So we just copy this thing. You have to copy them. So it will be given the instruction. If you add the, if you want to put this input box, you have to add these modules. Then only you will be able to add. So you just copy them. Mat input module, mat form field module. This form also we have to add these form modules as well. So just copy it. Back to my project. Here we go to the app module.ts file. You have to paste it here. You have to paste it over here. Right. Now here this libraries you have to add it here as you have to import it. You have to import it. How to import it? First you have to just copy this one. Control C to copy. You have to paste it over here. Sorry. This one. Only this one you have to copy it. Control C to copy. You have to paste it over here. Comma here. You have to add it. Second one, you just copy the mat form field module. You just Control C to copy. You have to edit over here. Comma. Third one, form module. You just copy. Paste it over here. Right. First, you have to import the classes. After that, inside these classes, we have a modules. These three modules we have to import. If you import here, it will be work all your projects. Now your materialize input modules and fields, all things will be applied entire projects if you add it. Now you will be go to the student component, check it here, error go away. Now the error has been go away. Now here this class I'm going to customize it. So here they are given the style as well. Here they are given the styles here, the form style also here given. If you like, you will be able to add our own style as well. You'll be able to add our own style. Let's add our own style. So we have to let's put it and see what happened. This style, same style I'm going to apply it here without adding my own style. Right. Now let's check it. Now let's file, save all. Now let's run it. Go to the app component HTML. First we have to display the header. After the header, below the header, we have to display which component? The student component. So we have a TS file. Get this one, Control C to copy. Let's go to this one. HTML, you have to paste it the selector. Right. Now let's file, save all and check it back. Here it's working. Here it's working, but here It's not getting that full size. Why the style is not taken? Let me back to my project. So here the design. So let's go to the CS. Here we haven't implemented the CSS style. So where I paste it? Here I wrongly implemented. Here we have to put it inside the student component CSS. I have added here add a component CSS. So here we are doing the design by student component HTML. So we have to this that particular HTML, the CSS we have to edit on that particular component. Then only it works. I have it on the header component CSS. It won't work. So you have to cut off this one. Control X to go inside the student component CSS file. You paste here. After that, let's go to the documentation. What they said it. So you have to go to the here CSS. You have to go to the CSS. There is a separate file here. We have paste this one as well. So we have to both. We have to copy it, and paste it over here. You have to copy both and paste it over here. Now let's back to and check it whether it's working fine or not. So here, this is the design. So here this is a class we are calling example full width. Here this is the width and height with all things that they are given. Match with our form design. So let's save all. We have run the application, check it. Here it's working perfectly well. Here it's added successfully. Okay, you don't worry about the style is working successfully. Without adding the custom style, it is working successfully. I hope you guys you understood the things well. I'll see you in my next lecture in tech. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we have to stop in this point. Now let me check it whether it's working fine or not that design. So here, let's go to our app component.html. Here you can see here a route outlet. So here this one, I'm going to, at the moment I'm going to comment it. At the moment you have to comment it, this one. You have to make a comment, right? So you have to use the comment it. So you have to write, you have to select the all and control forward slash. Control forward slash. Okay, control forward slash. You have to comment this one. Now I'm going to call the employee component. So employee component, if you have to call this page, HTML page, for the design if you have designed, you have to call this TS file. TS file you have a component selected here, this one. This selector, I just copy it, paste it here, app component, after the name bar section. Right, so you have to paste it. So to paste it, you have to bracket, use this bracket, use the bracket, it automatically take care of the close tag. Now let's file save all. Let file save all. Now let's back to the application. Now here it's working. Here it's working. Here it's working. Successfully working. Now it's not coming as a full size. The full, if you make the full size, in my last CRUD application tutorial of the Angular materialized design, I have made the style. So here, so this is the style I have made, the full size, in order to make the form full size. So that style I am going to take it and paste it here, this CSS one. Okay, so here, if you are not to watch them, you go and watch them that one. So this style, you have to call it. Right, this style we have to call it. Right, okay, the form, this style. This all the style I already explained. The last CRUD application, student CRUD application of Spring Boot and Material UI in my first project. Right, this is to app second project. So here first step all the style I have that. So that I have just copied that style, right? The same style you have to implement it over here. So how to call them this style I already explained. Go over here, mat form field class. Here you have to write, you have to call it this one. Employee full width, this one. We have to write a full width. In the full width, this one. Full width, we have to select all, save all. You have to bring back to the application here. It taken as a full style. Here it taken as a full style. It's successfully it's working. It's working successfully. We have to add another other fields. Okay, the all the employee, all the fields. I'm going to add it my next video tutorial. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we complete the form design. In this video, I'm going to start the table design. So, table design, I'm going to do here inside this column 8, this one. Right, this is the size we have given. This is a form design. For this one should be 8, all around 12. So the size. So here I'm going to make the form design. So first I'm going to add the heading. Here write student list student. You write list of student we have to display on the table. Right. So here also we have a HR. Right. So we have a card design. Your simple card design also we have to implement the card design. Inside the card design we have to call the table. So card you write body bg light. You have to make it as light. You have to make it as light. You can see them big light. Now let's check it how it's look like. So let me check it. So let's go to the boots materials angular. Here I have to get the table. So you have to table. You have to get the table. So we have to use a table. You click on this. Here this is the reason. So I need pagination. I want the pagination. This table along with pagination. So below, go below, you can have a pagination style. So this is not a pagination. There is no pagination features. This one. Or here, this is the pagination. We need a pagination. Okay, this is a professional. I need this one. I like this one. So we have a pagination as well. So how to get this? How to apply this one? You just click on this view code. Right, we have to implement this. You just this all the design. I just copy this one here. Copy back to my project student component. Inside this card design, I'm going to paste it. Right. So you don't care about these errors. Okay, we have to add the we have to add it the TS file. You have to go to the TS file. Now here we have to add this one, these modules, mat paginated module and mat table module. In order to add the table, materialize table inside your design, so we have to call them. So how to add them? So we just copy this imports, these two things. Go back to my app module.tss. We have to paste it over here. Imports. You have to paste it over here. So we know we only need this only. We have no need this one. Let's add this also. So you just copy this. Do this modules, mat modules, comma. We need this mat table modules. Right. That's it. With I need these modules only. Mat pagination module and mat table module. We have to add them in order to work with the paginator and table. Right, you just go and check it here. This error has been go away here. That's it. We have to add that relevant modules. Then the error is go away. Perfect. Right. I hope you guys you understood the things well. I'll see you in my next lecturing time. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we talked about how to design the table. Now let's continue the video. Right, now what you're going to do is, first you have to run your backend application, which is the springboot application. After that, here you can see get all method. How the get all method work? This is API. We already done this one. All the things are in our springboot application. So here I want to get all the data from the database. So we have this is our API student get all student. We already done. So if you are type the URL on the Postman, the respective result will be displayed here. It will be displayed. Now this result I want to display on the table. This result I want to display on the table. So let me see how to do this. So back to my project. What you're going to do is, here you can see there is a TS file here. Now you can see, go to the material design. You can see you have to do the coding part look like this. Here I just copy the things. All this and I just copy it. Okay, here this is the HTML part, this is the TS part. The TS part I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy these all things. Display columns is all these column headings. What are the headings we need? Pagination, you have to implement the pagination. All the things we just copied. Back to my, here you can see the student component, our logic. This is the coding part. So here I'm going to paste it. That's the thing you have to write. Okay, we have to paste it. Okay, so here you have to, after you have paste it, this is not a error. Okay, this is not an error. This is not an error. You, what you're going to do is here, you have to click on here. You have to add the class. You just click it. Here there is a bulb symbol. You click on it. You have to add the class. This class will be added. As you can see, the class has been added successfully here. That's the thing you have to do it. Right. Now here, first line, we explain display the columns. Right. This, we have display the column. What are the columns we have to display to the table? You can see, if you go to your backend, student ID, student name, address, mobile, and active. So the same column we have to given here. We have to given here. So first one should be the student ID. Right? Student ID. This is like this way. You can see. If you go to the example, you can see I already show the example here. Student ID, student name. This is the ID. This is the ID. We have to write it here. This here. Student ID. Second one is a student name. Student name. After that, what are the another column? Address. After that, mobile. After that, active. This is active state. We just call as active. So we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 AD. That's it. After that, what you're going to do is here, this one we have to do it as we have any. We have to call it as any. We have to load any data. Let's call it any here. That's it. Right? So we have loading from the API here. We are loading the API request. We have given the data source. The data was passing to where? Here to load the data. Right? We have to load the data. That's the thing it will be. We are going to do it. Right? So here this one also you have to select this one. You have to implement the class paginator. After that, the view child, we have to call it here comma component. Okay, so how to call it here? Here you can see here. If you go to the TS file, they are telling view child here. Component, you have to call it here view child. So that is a view child. Okay. The based on the documentation I am doing here, based on documentation view child. Right? That's the thing we have to do it here. The paginator, you have to write this all on the shift key down and shift key +1. Right. So that's the thing you have to do it. Right. Now these are the columns. You have to write list of like this simply. You have to arrange it. to make the arrangement. Right. Perfect. So these are the columns. Student ID, student name, address, mobile, and active. Perfect. I hope you guys have understood the things well. These are the display columns of my database the table columns, display columns. I hope you understood so far. Uh, in my next video, I will be continuing the API request. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to connect the API request. So first what you're going to do is, in order to connect the API request, go to the app module.ts, this file. We have to add that library, which is HTTP client module. So select here, click on here. If the class is not appearing here, what you're going to do is simply you have to write it import. So that import open and close bracket. You have to copy this module. You have to copy this module. You have to add it over here. After that, what I'm going to do is here. You have to write single quotation. It is reside on the Angular. So Angular common slash HTTP. It is reside on over here. Here from. So write from. I forgot to write the from. Right. So if I implement that here, this error go away. Right. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it will be coming. The class. If the class is not coming, you have to write like this. HTTP client module from Angular common HTTP. It reside on in this here common HTTP. Right. In order to implement the API, first you have to write it HTTP client module. After that, what you are going to do is you have to go to the student component. This is student component, our logic file. Here, I'm going to write the constructor. So you write the constructor. You write the private HTTP client, open and close bracket. Now here you have to implement this class. Here now we have the add this class. So add import the Angular common HTTP. It's coming from that class. That's it. Right. Perfect. After that, what you're going to do is first we have to. This is the API. We used to view the records here. This is the API. This API we have to call into our Angular program to load the data into the Angular table. So how to do the task? You have to create the method which is a get all student. Open and close bracket. Here I'm going to type this dot HTTP dot. This is a get request. As you can see, the API is a get request. The same thing in Angular also you have to write this HTTP dot get request. You have to add the API request over here. Within the double quotation mark, you go to your Postman, copy this API, paste inside here. After that dot, you have subscribe. You have to get the values to the you have to write result data. You write result data any. You write any. After that, you have to write the arrow function. You have to open and close bracket. Here what you are going to do is here you have to close it here. Here, once you get the data from the API, it will be loading until it will be loading dot subscribe it until the load data loading. After loaded, it will be passing the result data. After that, what you're going to do is here result data. We have to where we have to pass into the table. So we have source. This dot data source equal new this one, right? The meta table means this is the Angular materialized table. We have to pass in the data. New data metadata source. What is the thing you are passing? This API data. This API data is loading via the result data, right? Once you given here, this all the data here, this all the data via send button, all the data will be loading. It all the data will be passing via this result data. We have to pass into the our table. That's the thing you have to write. After that, you have to write this dot data source dot paginator. We have to write the paginator. We need a pagination or as well. So we have the paginator equal this dot paginator. You write paginator. That's it. After that, that's the thing you have to write. Perfect. Now, if you have the testing purpose, you have to test it. You have to use the console.log. You have to write this console.log, this result data. You will be check it whether the data is coming or not successfully through the console application. Let's comment this too. Let me check. Before you are passing the data into the table, we'll be check it whether it's passing the data is right or not. Right? Now we can check it. Right? So before you are checking, what you are going to do is this is your table, your method. This method you just copy, paste inside this constructor. If you paste inside the constructor, when the program is loaded, this constructor get executed, right? The constructor get loaded. So you have to write this dot get all students, right? File save all. Now let's go back to our Angular application. It's loading. Right now here your table is coming, but we haven't do anything else. That's why it's blank table. Here the pagination, all the things are there. Now let's file. Say you have to go to the click on this. Here you can see the console. Here the data is coming successfully. This data is coming successfully. Here this data. This data. Here student ID, student name, all things are successfully coming here. First you have tested whether it's coming successfully or not. Now it's coming successfully. Now it's subscribed. You have to remove the comments. Right. Now we have to pass in the data into the table. So here, what's the data is coming here? Results data. We are passing to the data source and paginator. It's a data source. You can see the data source mean it goes to the student component here. Student component metadata data source. So all the data value will be coming here. Now we have to get it here. So first one, this is one should be the student ID. So this field, what the field is this? Here's this one. You can go to the API again. Here, right click impact. When you load the data here, it's coming here. The student ID, the same name you have to give it. So the student ID, you can the student ID, student name, and mobile. These are all things, right? So student ID, you have type the thing is here, student ID. After that, this one should be the student name. After that, third one should be the student time, student ID, address, mobile, active state, right? So here the same name you have type. So here we have to retrieve the value, mat column def here, right? So in the position also your same thing, your student ID you have to type it here, the student ID, right? So this is the name, the column name. So student, this one should be the student name. Third one should be the student address. Here also the address. Okay, you have to see here the same name you have typed address. What's the name you are given? After here, I'm going to give you as an address, the heading name. Here also the same name you type it here as a element address. After that, here also mobile. Here also mobile, heading, element we have type as a mobile. The final thing is a active state. So we need one more column. Copy this, paste over here. This one should be active. You can see active. Here this one also active. Here also you have to make it as active. That's it. Now let's file, save all and back it and check it here. So here we can found the error, could not find the column I. Okay. I have leave the small mistake. That's why it's not coming. Here this one. Here what I did here is here the student ID, student name, address, mobile and active. These all the things. The TS file, this is not a heading. Not this heading. Okay, we have to give these names. Okay, the column names. What are the columns of the database columns? Okay, what are the this is display columns mean? This display columns which mean is what are the display columns in your database table? Okay, that table name you have to give it here. Second one is student name. So okay, this one. Okay, what's the name which is coming here? Student name, address, mobile. That's all I think. Student so address, mobile. This one should be active. That's it. That's the thing I have tried it. File, save all. Bring back to my application. Now here it's loaded successfully. But what's why the name is not loaded? What's the problem with that? Student name. Back to my here. Is there any problem? Student sorry here the name I given wrong. This same thing I have given it here. Student name, student name. Now let's pack it here. This element. The element you have to give the correct name, then only it's work. Now again it's loading successfully. I hope you guys you understood things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to load the records. In this video, I'm going to talk about how to add the records. So you already made the design of the registration form. Now let's see. Go back to our project. Go to the student compound.ts file. Here we have to write the logic. So this one should be our display the records. Now what I'm going to do the thing is I'm going to create the variable. Now here first one should be the student name. The student ID should be we have in backend we have to create as auto increment, so that we have to create here as student name. We are going to add the record. So you create the field student name colon. We have to give the appropriate data type which is a string. So string data type. You have to write like this. You have to create the variable. This is a variable name. This is appropriate data type. You have to the data we have to write is just a blank. Right? This data you have to giving into the your form. You are typing on the form, that data. That data it will be passing here. The second data which is a address. That also string. That also the string. The data should be the string data type, which is address also string data type. After that mobile, which is an integer. So write mobile. It's a number. If you write on Angular, which is a number, equal 0. You write 0. After that, another one is a active, the active state, which is a Boolean type, true and false. So you write the variable Boolean, that's true. The default it as true. If you make the changes, it will be false. But that's it. That's the thing we have created over here. That's the thing we have created over here. Perfect. Now we have created the variable successfully. Now what you're going to do is, I'm going to go to create the function, which is a registration function. Before that, we have to go to this all the variable we have set into the form. So we have form. This is your form. Input field. This is the input field. We have to create the input fields. Here, this is the input field we have created. So okay, mat input. Here, what you're going to do is, we have to write it the Angular ng model. You write the ng model. So write ng model. So you get ng model. You write equal student name. Student name. Right. So what's the name you are typing on the student input field? That particular name, the same name you have to actuate this name. It will be displayed over here, right? Okay, what is the name you are typing? What's the name you are typing on the input field? This name will be storing ng model. It will be storing here, this ng model. The name which will be storing the ng model. After that, you have another component, you have to write it here, right? Ng model option, you have to write as options equal, you have to write standalone. Standalone true. You have to write true. Ng model options equal standalone true. You have to give this one, right? So now when you load the form, what is the value you are typing? Imagine if you are typing John. This John name will be storing this ng model, right? It will be passing to the TS file over here, right? That's how we have to passing the data, right? The ng model, right? So the same thing we have to do the second one, also the address also. I just copy this, and here address field, after the input we have to paste it over here. This one you just name it as address, right? This here, the address is pop up, it's coming from here, from the TS file address, right? Third one is a mobile. The same thing, just copied, paste it over here. Third one is a mobile. Third one is a mobile, right? Here's a mobile. After that, our fourth one is a active. This is a active. This is a active here. This is active. So you have to put it here, the selection here required. After that, we have to write here as ng model. This one should be active. Select active. That's it. That's the thing how to write it here. The selection model is active, right? It will be, so what is the selection you are, if you are select as true, it will be true will be storing here. If you are select false, it's false will be storing here, right? So this all thing, John, address, model, all the things what the value you are typing on the fields value are storing here, the ng model. The ng model will be passing to this TS file here. Student name, what's the name, student name coming from the form, it will be storing. What's the address coming from the student, this form is storing mobile and active. That's it. That's how storing the value. After that, we have a registration button. So we have a registration button. So we have go to here. Here we have a save button. Save. You have to write a one click. Yeah, click. This one you have called as, we just called as register. Right, you have register. The register method, when you click the save, after enter all the values, click save button. It goes to register function. Register function is where it is in the TS file. We have to create the register function. Register. Right. Now we have retrieved the value. Okay, so here, so all the values are coming from the form. This value we have set into the database API fields. Right? So database API fields mean. So we are go through our database Postman. You can see here these are the values. On your backend application, these are the values. So we have tested. So here ID should be auto increment. Once you add the record, the ID should be auto increment. So we no need the ID. Rest of the fields you just copy it here. Just copy it, Control C to copy and paste it here. Right here, this is your Postman. You can use the records here. Postman. You just copy and paste it. Simply, I'm telling you the easy way to make the application. So you have to align correctly here, like this. Okay, now what you're going to do is, this is your form field here. When you add the record, you are giving your own data here. Earlier, okay, when you add the record here, when you post the record, you post the record, the body tag, here you are giving your own data. Okay, the same thing here, what you're going to do is, you have to give the, instead of giving your data, you just enter the data. What the data you're typing on the form, that data you have to given here. These are the your backend field. These are the fields you are setting here. The Postman. These are you are setting as a backend. The backend application you are setting. Okay, here these are the fields you are setting. The backend save date, save DTO. I already show. These are the. This how you have the name you have to set it. The same name you have given here. Right? That's why I just copy from here. Right? Now here you have to passing this where which data we have to adapt into that database, your form data. That form data you have to passing to the API value. So the form data is, once you enter the name, address, mobile number and active, what happened? I already show the flow. It will be storing here. It's simply passing to the TS file over here, and this all the values will be passing to here. So we have tried how to get them. This dot student name, you have tried this dot student name, right? Student name, comma, right? Student name, comma. What's the problem? Sorry, what's the problem here is, okay, I just cut off control X to cut off. What's the problem here is, you have to write the, you have to create the variable which is a let variable. This is also the JSON format. You have to add the recording as a JSON format. You have to write you have to create as a JSON format. That's why it's getting the error here. You have to create like this way, right? You have to create like this way. Okay, so here you have to create a variable let body data equal. You have to create a JSON format here, the JSON format. I already show once you add the data, the post method. Yeah, post method I have accidentally removed here. Open bracket and close bracket here. These are JSON format. We have to send in the value. So here also we have to write it's a JSON format. This JSON format, inside here you have to write it here. Here, student name, this is fine. Second one should be address, this dot address. Okay, this is the API. Which address we have to here we have to pass it the form address. Third one is a mobile. The same thing, you just comma, copy this. Here we have to write this as mobile. So we are just mobile. After that, final one should be the active. That's it. That's the thing you have to write it. Now this data Okay, this the form data we have to assign to the relevant field of the API values and send into the API URL. Okay, so API URL we have to send it. So we have to, what your point is, what is the URL? What I did here is this is the URL we are giving. Okay, student save, the student save, right? Student save. Okay, so here you have to go here. You simply you have to here go where this is things. The get all function is save. API just save. Save. Here you have to save the record. Okay, this is a post method. Let's try the post method and save the record, right? So what you're going to do is, what happens is this is the API. So this API just copy it. We tested this all the API. We no need to test it again, right? So let's, what you're going to do is here. This is the post request. So post request, post this HTTP dot post. Okay, you have to write open and close bracket. Inside here we have to paste it, the API, right? So post request, right? Okay, when you are add the records, we have the post method. We already discussed about this all the things when you are doing the backend part. So we no need to discuss. Comma, you have to write body data. Body data means what is the thing? This is the API. Which data you are going to passing? This all the form data we are passing like this way. If you are writing here the Postman here, this is the body. This is all the body we are passing to here. The same thing here we have to do it here as this all the body data, same like a Postman, you are passing to here, right? So after that, comma, you have to write it another thing of springboot. If you are doing as a backend springboot, you write rest response type. I'm going to give here as text. Response type you have to give as text, right? That's it. Now after that, dot subscribe, you have to subscribe until add the records to the database. After that, you have to write, you have to, if the record this data is added succeed or not, we have to passing as a result data. Result data dot n, right? N, right? You have to write here. You have to write the arrow function, open and close bracket. Right here, you have to get it here. You have to write 2 lines. That is a professional way, right? After that, what I'm going to do is, right now here, the data is successfully added. If the data is successfully added, we have to write it here. Alt, here right here, alt. You have to write the alert message. Record student registered successful. Student registered registration successfully. Right. Perfect. Now let's file save all. Now let's test it whether it's working fine or not. Right. Now what you're going to do is I'm going to first John address India mobile number. I'm going to give some mobile number. Active state I leave it as true. Click save button. Student registration success. It's working fine. Click OK. Now let's go back to here. API, which is student. We have tested. Get. Let's check it. Because you have tested here. After that, you have to test at the table, right? So you test out here. Get all. This is how you have tested here. Newly added record will be here. The newly added record will be passing successfully here. John, India, this all the record will be successfully added, right? Now we no need to check. Once we add the record, we no need to check on the Postman whether it's added or not. We will be able to test it on the table, right? So I have tell you the 2 ways. That's why I will be showing this also. So here you can test it because you already done the table part as well. So how to test that here? You have to call simply after the records here, get all student. You have to call it over here. Okay, here this dot, sorry, get all this dot. You have to write this. You have to use this. Okay, this form. This means this form. Okay, and Angular you have to use this keywords. Right now, you can see here. Here newly added record will be here. Now, if you add another record, so after add the record, I want to clear these fields. That also must. So how to clear the in Angular? So you write this dot the form was the names. This one, student name equal. You write like this. Write double quotation. After this dot address equal clear. This dot mobile equal clear. Right, sorry, mobile is not a clear, it's not string, it's a boolean, right? So after that we have to clear this all things. After that, active state, which is a boolean, so that we have a default value should be true. You have to write as a true. That's it, that's the thing. Okay, right, the form will be loaded again, and all the value must be clear. So file save all, back to our application, you can check it. I'm going to add another value, which is a Peter, address India, phone numbers or something like that. Active state true, clicks, hit save button. Here student register successfully, click OK. Here all the fields should be clear. Here it focus. Here the final record will be here, Peter, India, mobile number and state. It's working perfectly well. I hope you guys you understood the things well. I'll see you in my next lecture. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to register the record. In this video, I'm going to talk about the updation part. So we have a 5 columns. We have to add another column, which is a action. That is the action column consists of 2 buttons, which is edit and delete. So back to my project. Student component, this one. Here you can see this one, the same, this column just copied, paste it below. This one we have to make it as active, so the same name we have to given here as well, the ts as well. Here the display columns, here also we have to edit the action. Right, action we are not getting from any API data, we are getting the buttons. We have 2 buttons, the ID only we are getting, right? So here going here, right, go to your form active. This active you have to name it as this one. What is the thing? Action. So action, you have to make it as action. So here we have to write as this one as action, right? So now here the third one, the element, this one we have no need this element, this tag we have to remove it. Here you have to element, I have to make it as row. Okay, let row. So here what you're going to do is we have to we needed 2 buttons. So first, how to decline the buttons we already done. So the same code, we just copy this one of this button, paste over here, right? Instead of the text, what I'm going to do is I need an icon. We need an icon. Okay, instead of the text, I want to make it as an icon. So how to test the icon? So this one we have to make it as a button. We have primary. We have to make it as primary. Here I want to make the icon. So go to Angular material. Here to the icon. You click on this icon. Here this icon. How to declare the icon here? So there are various icons are there. You go to view code, view. Copy this icon. paste it over here, but it take error. How to solve it? Go to the example. So go to the API. Here, this one you have to this one you have to call it. Copy this mat icon module. Where I want to call it. Now you have an idea. Where inside the app module.ts. You have to implement it over here. This one you just copy it, comma, you paste it. That's it. Now the error go away. Now if you go and check, the error has been go away. Okay, right. Now, not this home icon. That is not a suitable one for this. Right, so this one we have to make it as a edit icon. So icons you can find it the name and everything. You can go to Google font. So you go font google.com. This one. So click on this. Here you will be able to find out the icons. Here there is a option icon. You just click on the icon. You just click on the icon. Here there are various icons here loading. My internet connection is a little bit slow. That's why it losing. Now here you can. I want to find out the icon here. Side is load up. Now here I want the edit icon. So I'm just edit. Press enter again. Here the edit. I need this icon. If you click on this, here you go below. What's the name over here? This is edit. This one you have to give on here. Okay, this edit. You type on where here the font icon. You have to type the name edit. That's it. Right. After that, the same thing, the same button I just copy and paste below for edit. This one for the edit. So the color I am going to change this as one. Just color change one. Here this one font icon I want to change it as a delete. Present again. I want this one. Click on here. What's the name here? Delete. It should be delete. So you simply have to delete. That's it. Now file, save all. Back to my application. Here. Action here. Edit and the two buttons here. There. Edit and delete here. Simple. Okay, if you need a space between both, here, simply you write here. What in between the buttons, you write NB. Right, this one. Now let's file, save all. Right, perfect. In between the button, we have to give the small space. You have to write this. You have to write like this. NBSP. Perfect. I hope you guys you understood things well. Click the edit button. This is the edit button. This is the delete button. If you click the edit button, the editable record would be passing to the form for edit. So how to do the things? Let me see. So what you're going to do is back to my project. So here this is the edit button. We all done in our last video. Now here what you're going to do is we have to set the one click method. So here you have to write the primary here this one. After the primary here you have to write it here. Click. You have to write the click equal. You have to set update. You have to create the function set the update. You have to make this row. Here this row object you have to pass it here. Let row. Okay, when you click the edit button, okay, when you click the edit this icon, it goes to the function set update function. This function we have to create that where we have to create this function into here. This ts file. So I'll please create it. You have to create set update. Open and close bracket. Right. Okay, we have created the function. Now what I'm going to do is this function Inside here you have to write data, you have to write any. If you write any, all the data will become, you have to write any data. Right. Which data you are passing? When you click the edit button, when you click this edit button, this is all the row, this is all the raw data. You have to write here logo data will be passing to where here. So how to retrieve the data? You have to write it here. Just a form. This dot student name equal the data is coming here. Okay, this is the form. This form means what's the data you are coming here, we have set into the form. If you click this edit button, this all the value setting by this form. So this form, what I say, this form, how to set it here? This dot student name here. You are writing here, create the variable student name, address, mobile, and active. So the same this dot this variable you have set it. The data you are you are receiving the values data dot student name, data dot student name, the first value. This is the address. Okay, that's how we have set it. Second one, this dot address equal data dot address. When you click edit button, the data is coming into here. So you have to get the data dot student is a collection data coming here. It get one by one to get student name. It assigned to the here data student data address. This address should be assigned here. So third one should be our mobile. So you have to write this dot mobile equal data dot mobile. Just copy it and paste it over here. After third one should be copy and paste the active. Here also data should be active. That's it. That's the thing. This how we have data is coming. After that, this ID. This is important stuff. The ID. When we edit the data, we have to get the ID. So how to get the ID? Simply, first you have to create the variables. So you have to create the variable over here. You have to write create the variable current. This is an efficient way to create. So the student ID equal. You have to write like this. Okay. Now current student ID. Right. We have create the variable over here. Right. Now what you're going to do is when you click the edit button, the editable record will be passed into the form. So here you have to write dash ID also. You have to write get it here. This dot current student ID equal data dot student ID. That's it. Now let me check it. Click edit button here. The editable record will be passing correctly here. If you click second one, third one here, it's successfully you're getting here. It passing successfully. Now you will be able, if you want to edit the John record, if you click the John here edit button here, editable record will be passed into the form successfully. I hope you guys you understood the things well. In my next video, I will be teach how to edit the record here. After you make the changes, click the save button. Save button, only the save button we have to both edit and update. Save and update both are doing by one button. Okay, if you have clicked edit, it will be edit the record. If you have save, it will save the record. Will be do by only one button. Perfect. I'll be seeing my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video we saw if you click the edit button, editable record will be passing to the form successfully. In this video, I'm going to teach how to edit the records. So I already told edit and save both are doing one button. Okay, it's a save button. So how to do the thing is back to my code. So here this is my passing the record into the editable form. I wrote it here. After that, we have to create another function for update. So you have to write it update data. I just use update data. Open close bracket. Here I am going to write it here. The same edit. Here the registration. What I wrote here, we just make the copy. Okay, we just get the copy of this one. Control C to copy. Okay, here I already explained this all things. You just Control C to copy. Paste it inside the update data here. Right. If you are write the save successfully, update also we have to make the little changes. Right. So update the data. We need the ID. Because save data, what's the difference between save and update? Save mean you have added new record. Update mean existing record you have to make the changes and you have to update it. So we need a one thing because ID. We need a ID. Existing record we have a ID. That particular ID we need for update the records. So here we have a ID. So ID. Here we have ID. So ID column. We are writing here the ID column. Student ID. So this is student ID. Right, student ID. So here the backend you can see here. So update data. You can see student ID here. This all thing I will be explained. Right? So student ID. The same name we have written here. Colon here which ID? Which ID I have created one variable for update the data. So here is a current student ID. So the current student ID, when you click edit button, it passing to here. The student ID passing to here. So here you have to write it here this dot current student ID. You write sorry current student ID. That's the things you have to write it. That's it. You get the ID and these are the records we have to update. These all things we already studied how to update the record in Postman. So this ID. Right? So after that, here this API which is a update API. Let's update API here. Student controller. We have done these things. The update. When the record is coming, this is slash update. Right? So here we done these all things in Postman. If you are not watching that video, you must watch it. Right? So this slash update. So the same URL here, right? Update. Another thing also the same. Only the what's the changes between save and update. Here we have the additionally the ID. So here we have to change the URL. The save we have changed it as update. Right? So here student update successfully updated data successful. Other thing you have to all the table will be clear. Table should be reloaded, and here we already the form value has been reset. Simple stuff, right? This is how we have make the update data. I hope you guys you understood things well. In my next video, I'll be teach how to make update and save both are do one button. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to teach the button which is a here the form button which is a save. The save data and update data both are doing by one button. So the button you have to this name here is save. So save what you are going to do is here I have to make the function save. Right, the save method I am going to change the function name as save. The save function you have to go to my student component as this file. Here what I'm going to do is here I'm going to make one function save. what happens is when you click this function, it will be tested whether a record is going to update at all or save. So we have to make the validation. So validation, how to do the validation? So if you have to make this ID, this dot current student ID equal blank. If the ID is blank, there is no ID. If there is no ID, when you click edit button, here if you imagine if you click edit button, the ID will be generated. So when you click edit button, what happens is this ID should be storing here. Okay, so here if the ID is blank mean we have to add the records. So this dot we have to call the register method. So this register method. Here we have create a register method. We save the data. Okay, right. If the ID is here, this ID is blank mean it will be registered data. Otherwise, we have to type else. We have to update the data. So this dot we have create the function update data. Simple. Take it as simple. Here, this works. Okay. If the ID is exist, when you click edit button, the ID is exist. So that time the update works. The ID is not exist, that time serve works. Right. So let's do all things. Okay, clear. I'm going to all things I save all. Right. So here when you click save, let me test it. How the thing is works. Now here I'm going to so James address India mobile number. I'm going to type something like active. I'm going to true. Click save button. Here student register successfully. Clear all the fields. Now here the newly added student record will be saved successfully here. Loaded. If you want to edit the record, click on the edit button. I want to change India Chennai James Peter. Something you have to change it. Again you have click save button. What happened? Any problem? You just go load student update. There is a problem with the update part. So let me check it. So let's go through the code. Right. Here there is a problem with this the method. So here you can see here the backend. You can see here if you are at the record we are using the post mapping, view the record get mapping, put mapping we are using the update the record. So here we are using the you can see here post. I forgot to change this as a put. You have to make it as a put. That's a problem. Right. That's a put method. So here when you save the record we have the post method. You have to get the records, we have to the get method. Get the record from the database. Yeah, register record the post request. Once you update the record, you have to use the put method as well. Now let's file save all. Now let's test it. Click on James. Here I'm going to say change it as Peter. India, you have tried Chennai. Phone number, I'm going to change something. Click save button. Here student updated successful. It's working perfectly well. Here, if you updated here, updated record will be changed. If you want to change this one, I'm going to make it as an USA from phone number. Active, you have to make it as false. This one, you have to save. Here, student updated successful. Here, one thing you have to forget to do it. Here you can go here, coding. Here, once you update the record, we have clear everything. A student name, address, and mobile and active. One thing you haven't cleared, that is the ID. So if you are not clear, once you update the record, it will be when you add the new record, it consider you update the record. So the ID also you must clear. So how to clear this current ID? This current ID equal, you have to clear the ID as well, right? So that is must. File save all. Again, we'll be check it here. I'm going to change it here. I'm going to check it here. I'm going to click here. I'm going to remove this one. Peter also remove it. Click save. Student updated successfully. Now I'm going to write. Now I'm going to add the new record. New record I'm going to edit as a Kumar India phone number. Hit save button. Now here student register successful. Okay, student register successful. Here the record is not show. Here the next page you can see Kumar. Here, right? Now I'm going to add another record. I'm going to edit this record. So here this one I'm going to edit this record. This record I'm going to edit. Click on this Kumar record. Click on this and edit. India I'm going to make it as USA. Click save. Record updated. Right. Now I'm going to add the new record, which is a Bala India phone number. Active I'm going to make it as false. Save. Student registration successful. Here. Now working perfectly well. Now if you want to edit the record, you have to click on this Bala V. Click save. Student updated. Here. Okay, this is the pagination part. Only the file record will be showing. If you want to see the remaining records, you click on this next page. Now you will be able to see the rest of the records. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in my next lecture. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to update the record. In this video, I'm going to teach how to delete the record. So this is the delete button. If I click on this, we want to delete the record. So what I'm going to do is, here, I'm going to go to the design. So go to student component.html. Here you go to this is the delete button. So delete button, here we have to write the on-click method. So you write click. You have to create the method set delete. Here also you have to row. This row. You call this row variable over here. Now when you click the delete button, we want to delete that particular row. So this delete method, we have to create the TS file. So here I'm going to create as set delete. Here we have to write data. You have to write data. You have to write any. Open and close bracket. Right. Now here, how to delete the record? We have to write it here. This dot http dot delete. Here we have to pass the respective API. What's the API for delete the record? So you already we tested delete the record. We are using the same thing. You have to write the same API. Just copy it. Okay, here you have to copy it. Don't worry, this copy it. Simply you have to copy this one. Only the changes here. These all things are same. Every API request. Only the endpoint is only we have to change it. So endpoint, when you delete the record, we are using like this way. /delete. So write it the /delete. Okay, /delete. Go here, write /delete. You write /delete here. Right. After that, what you're going to do is Here you can see, look at the uh, backend, you can see that there is a path variable. You have to handle the path variable. You have to give the ID here, right? So here, now how to handle this one? You have to write it, delete, you have to write plus, right? You have to slash, the slash mean here this is a slash, you have to write the slash. So ID, you have to plus the ID, you have to write the ID. So data dot student ID, student ID, student ID, right? So what I did here is, when you click this edit button, the delete button, what happens is completely row record will be uh, complete record will be existing here. So I need only this ID record only. So we have to get it here. When you click the delete button, it's coming all the data. The same thing like this. The same thing update like this. If you write data any mean, if you get it, all the data, it will be coming. You can get any data over here. So I want this data dot student ID only. So we get the data dot student ID. After that, comma, you write this rest of the things. This rest of the things. You just copy this one. Copy this. The rest of the things, all the things, copy it until the subscribe. Or paste it over here. That's it. Right? So you have to close the bracket. That's it. That's the thing you have to write. After that, after this the record, what happens is we have to reload the table. We have to get the message alt. We have to write student deleted, student deleted, student deleted, right? Perfect. So you have delete the record like this way. After delete the record, what happens is we have to reload the table. So reload the table, you have to write this dot get all student. You just copy this one, you have to paste it here. Okay, so delete the table, we are not passing the data into the form and delete the data. We are not doing like that. When you click delete the button, the entire row has been deleted. Right. And later on, we will be see put the confirmation box. When you press delete button, it asks yes or no. If you click yes, the record has been deleted. If it is click no, it is keep on the table. We later on we have to do it. Now we do like this. So just save all. Now you reload the application and check it. Now I want to delete this record and click delete button. Student deleted. Click OK here. If you click second one, it's deleted. Here I want to delete this one. It's deleted. Here it's working for the ball I want to delete. If you click on this, delete. But this is not an efficient way. We have to put it to the confirmation box. That's all thing we have to do in my next video tutorial. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this video, I am going to teach the colorful alert box. So we have to go to the Google and type SweetAlert. So this is the best website. Click on this. Here you can see the all things you can test it. Here go to the example. Here if you click on this here, it will be working look like this way. So I want to add it here. I want to try out this here. There are various things there. So grade here, everything is there. So I want to get this one. Click on this. Yeah, this save here. I want to test out this. Here I want to get this one. So let's copy this. Let's copy this one, let's copy it. This one I'm copy it. Okay, I want to I want this copied. So before that I want to add the library. Before I copy it, so I just first you have to copy this one, and back to my project. Save method. As a save method, to save the registration. Instead of this alert message, I'm going to put it this one. I comment it. I don't need them. At the moment we have to put in this one. So here we have tried this as student registered successfully. Just copy this text. Yeah, I just copy this, control C to copy. I have to paste this here. Title I'm going to make it as student registered registration successfully. The timer also it will just put it here. After that, here the position we no need them. I just get rid of the position. So here this one we have to import it. That's why it show the error. So here we have to import the installation. For installation we have to install this one. That's why it show there. So you just copy this. You just copy this one back to my project. My project is running over here. My project is running over here. I'm going to go to my project directory and install it. Okay, so we have to go to my project directory. We have the F drive Angular EX. That's the folder I have done my project. Angular edit folder. Here. This is fast. You will be able to do it here as well. Terminal. This is fast. So that I am going to do it here as well. CMD, you have to paste them. Press enter key on your keyboard. Go inside and install. Don't install here. You go inside the folder. Here you all the folder section, file section is there. Here you have to install them. Right, the npm install SweetAlert. Right, it is installed successfully. But after that, our work is not over. We have to copy this one. Script this all the things. Okay, you just copy it. So let me say that. After that, install that. But copy this. Okay, here after install this, it's fine. We don't need here. If you're not install, you can copy and paste this script inside your index.html. Inside the tag you can paste it. If you install, we no need that. Okay, so once you install here, it asks at the import the SweetAlert. You have to import it. The error go away. Right, perfect. Now let's file save all. This is works. I just save the same thing. I just copy it. I want to put it the update data as well. So there's the update part here. So all the alert I'm going to comment. Instead of that, I'm going to add it this one. Student updated successfully. Updated successfully. Save all. Right. Now student updated and added. So let's test that. The application we have tested, but how to work it. I'm going to add the new student. I'm going to add the student Steve. Steve address India. Mobile number, something like that. Hit save button. Here it's working perfectly well. It's working perfectly well. It's working. If you edit the record, click on this Steve. Here I'm going to Steve, just something like that. Click save. Student record updated successfully. It's coming along with the time also. It will be go. It is a professional way to do the records. Perfect. Now I want to do it. Another thing is that I want a confirmation box. I want a confirmation box as well. Okay, when you click delete button, okay, we need a confirmation, right? Yes or no. So how to do the thing is that also there. For the example, there are many examples. You just try out all the things. Okay, I have don't save here. There are many examples. You can see save, don't save, cancel. Here there are many things are there. Are you sure? Here you can see yes or delete here. Here this one I am going to get it, this one. I'm going to get this one. Okay. Okay, here this one. Copy this one. Control C to copy. Here this one. Are you sure you won't be able to get this one? But yes, deleted, cancel mean it cancel. I copy this one. I just copy this one. I'm going to go over here, the delete. Let's paste the code. So here SweetAlert. So here this one. So you already check it. Now here this is our API delete set delete this one. So here how to paste it this one, we have a confirmation box. So what you're going to do is, so we can't paste directly here. So we have a confirmation box. So you have first confirmation box, you have to paste it here. Right? So you have to paste it over here. So we have to check it, right? If the if you click yes, the record need to be deleted. If it is no, it won't delete. Okay, so here are you sure? The text I'm going to change this one as a do you want to delete this record? You write the confirmation text correctly. This one all the things are keep as it is. After that, what you're going to do is we have to do another simple stuff. Here, if is started here, if the if is closing here, we have need another else condition. Else what I did here is, so if here the result, if you click yes, it's coming as a result. It is confirmed you have deleted. Else if it is denied, there is a function, the same function is denied, it will be keep saving your table. The changes is not applied. So you no need to write, you just back to your application. So here you can see, we are try out this one, right? Yes, this one. Okay, you try out. So go over above, you can see the above there is a else if. Here this one. You just take it off this one instead of writing. Very simple. You just take it off this one. I just paste it. Perfect. Okay, here this function said if it's confirmed. Okay, this function says it's denied. The save is denied. If you click no, the save this one, if it is no, it won't delete the record. So it is denied. The changes are not saved. Perfect. That's the thing you have to write. Now this API, where you're going to apply it here is this API, just copy this one. Okay, this copied. So where I'm going to apply? But apply it over here. If it is confirm, if it's confirm, you write confirm. I'm going to this one. I'm just the subscribe is starting here. It's closing. You just cut it over here. You have to paste it here. Right, perfect. Now this get all function. You just this text we know needed. Instead of this, we are doing this. Okay. So student deleted. So here this text I just cut off here. You have to paste it over here. That's the thing you have, right? After that, this alert box I'm going to delete that. This our student, after this the record we have to refresh the table. So the refresh table you have to put it here after the alert. SweetAlert. Get rid of these spaces. Right, perfect. Okay. Now this one, this student, right? This one, right? So here, that's the thing you have to write. Okay. Now here, if you click yes, what you're going to, it goes to the respective API and delete the record. And that's the thing you have. It's okay. After delete that, you have to the message will be pop up deleted successfully. If it is yes, if it is no, it's not look at this code. It goes to here, access denied. The record is keep on your table. That's the thing you have to write. So let's save all and bring back to our application. Now you can see here, if you click delete, this is a delete button. Click on this. So click here. If you click this, here, if you click this, here it asks, do you want to delete this record? You click this, do you want to delete this record? Here it asks. Okay, here you can see. So I want to delete it. So if you click on, do you want to delete this record? If it is cancelled, it keep on your table. Okay. If it is here, no, it is cancelled. It is cancelled. It's keep on your table here. It's work clicks. Okay. Right. If it is cancelled, it goes and execute this. It's keep on your table. Right. So now let's look at that. If it is click yes, whatever. Here deleted. Here record has been deleted from the table. Now I want to delete this Kumar. If you click on this task confirmation box, do you want to delete this record? Yes, delete it. Here, record has been deleted successfully. Perfect. It's working perfect. I hope you understood the things well. Now we have to do one more thing. It's a clear button. I will see in my next video tutorial. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to teach about the clear button. So how to make a clear button? When accidentally you type it, you want to clear, so you have to clear. If you click on this one, it will be clear. Okay, the frame has been clear. So how to do the things? Go to your project, go to your component. Here we have the button. You have to go above. There is a button here. Save. After that, we have a clear button. Here, this method you just copy this one, paste it here. You have to make this one as a clear. You have to call it as clear. So if you make the function here, you just copy this one simply. You have to go to the student component ts file, this ts file, right? So I'm going to make the function here. Open and close bracket. You no need to do anything else. You just go to get the code from somewhere else. Here, the update also, after update the record, the form has been clear. So the same codes you just copy it. This is all the code you just copy. Copy it. Okay, we have to clear everything. Table and everything for clear. You have to clear it. Put it here. That's it. The table, if you are clear, means totally the form is clear, the table is clear, all the form data and everything should be clear if you click clear. But if you accidentally click update, also you can clear. All things should be clear. Perfect. That's the thing you have to write it here. File saver. Now let's back to application here. If you click accidentally, click the application accidentally. Now I don't need to write anything. Click on this, it will be clear. It will be clear. The application is clear. Perfect. Now I want to make this here in between this header and form. We need a small space between that. So how to handle this one? Simply you have to handle it. Go above. I'm going to make the break statement. So break. Let us put the break. File save all. Bring back to the application. Here. Simple, right? Now here we have a small spelling mistake. We have to change it. Student. Create student. Table server. Create student. Student, right? So this is simple style. We have to apply this one. If you want to make it as another things, we have here you can see the light. You can make it as dark and see whatever. That's another thing as a dark style. If you want to make it as dark, this one also dark. This one also the dark. Control S to save. Bring back to the application. Here, let's look like this. So rather than this, that is a beautiful. Okay, you can have a nice look here. Okay, this then it is look beautiful the light one. So I'm going to make it as you have to undo it. Light is the best one. I like that. So let's save all here. This is the best one, right? Perfect. I hope you guys you clear about the application. If you have any doubt, you can ask me anytime. Thank you.